Xila, if you rolled above a 12, then you guys sneak. If you rolled below a 12,
We cry.
Here is what I rolled. I rolled with advantage because I'm not wearing any heavy armor or anything.
mm-hmm.
I have a shocking +7 to stealth checks
Uh-huh.
as a druid. I rolled.
We return to the adventuring party.
Okay.
Sneak around. Sneak.
Okay, they're coming.
Run away. Run away.
That's the first time I've just had fun with a match in a long time.
Alright, so I'm going to recap verbally what happened last week, because Xila was physically there in universe, and is just mentally taking a break. They got lobotomized for about an hour in universe.
Lovely.
So everybody decided that they wanted to turn back and interrogate the chick who initially gave Jurgen his medicine in order to find out if she knew any more information. I'm just going to meta here and provide you guys a little bit of information. Failed attempts to get them to communicate more information to them, and then agree. And she assumed they were going to kill her. Jurgen decided he was not going to kill her. He turned around and left. Then Sabanrab went to go talk to them, and they were gone, as if they had never been there to begin with.
I wasn't allowed to go into the hospital.
After realizing that that person was a dead end, they decided to take the portal that the dragon gave, which, mind you, the dragon specifically said it would take you to where your family is being held. He didn't specify the village that you grew up in. So when they took the portal, and then they took the cart through the portal, what was on the other end of the portal was the Jagged Tooth Island, or whatever it's called. They were on a tropical island in the middle of the ocean, surrounded by Hawaiian-esque, landscape. And below them was the excavation of the city of Exandria, which had been lost for over 1,000 years. Nobody could find it. Guess who was the one to actually succeed their history check? Fucking Phyra.
The city of
Phyra's happy.
Exandria? You stupid.
I was very excited for this.
Phyra knew that it was the city of Exandria because of stories that her dad had told her about lost cities and treasure and stuff. So she's basically hyped up for a treasure hunt.
And also that's why I asked about the outfit thing. She might really get into it.
As far as the rest of it, looking down over the city, it was clear through some successful perception checks that a multitude of people were being used like slave labor to excavate the place, and that several mind flayers could be seen floating above the city. All right, so we open up the session as Jurgen, Sabanrab, Levki, Phyra, Xila, and Apollo look out over the cliff's edge to what is very unmistakably a massive, Manhattan-sized, partially submerged and very much so in a state of ruin, ancient city. In the very middle of the city is the city is on tiers, layers, and in the very middle of the city, in the highest point, is the broken off ankles of what once was a massive, several 100-foot tall statue. However, the statue has in fact snapped and fallen over, and the majority of it is mostly submerged out in the middle of the ocean as it fell backwards towards the sea.
Funny.
If anybody would like to, they can roll. Is there a nature check? Is that a check?
Yep, it is a nature check.
I'm just trying to remember because like I always get my Pathfinder skills and my D&D 5e skills mixed up.
What is it called again? You know
Nature.
the child? No, not that. The childhood toy Phyra got. Can I use that to help us?
How?
Something scope to look. You look through it.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, but
Ooh.
this is a nature check to like learn more about the geography and everything around you.
DM.
I got a 13.
13?
Okay.
Hey, DM.
Yes.
Due to the fact that Levki more or less grew up on the fringes of, well, everything. I'm trying to argue survival because we're not in the town; we're overlooking it. Correct?
Yes, this is a nature check because you're checking the geography of things around it.
We're basically scoping out our surroundings and seeing what we can see.
Yes, you can scope out.
Survival is used for going for actually traversing through stuff like this, not scoping it out.
Yeah, I got a 5.
Yeah. Okay.
On 8.
A 13 from Xila. What did Phyra get?
On 8.
An 8.
Yeah.
I'm not rolling.
You're not rolling. Ken, are you going to be rolling?
No, he is
Jurgen
0
wouldn't know.
and he's not attuned to nature.
So with a 13, Xila, you can tell that this is a very... You can't, like, specifics are escaping you, but it does not take you too much time to realize that this is a very volcanically active environment. You're on an island in the middle of the ocean. The very large black rock, jagged mountains all across this island. And the city itself appears to be in the center of what used to be a semi-sunken in and lopsided caldera, as there are large jagged mountains out in the middle of the water as well. So it looks like the majority of this island is like the half risen up, half sunken remains of a very large volcano, with the city seemingly resting right where the mouth of the volcano would have been. You don't know how active the volcanic activity around here still would be, but you imagine that it's a good idea to stay careful not to try to trigger any geometric bullshit.
I'm just going to turn towards everyone and say, like, whatever you guys do not shift any tectonic plates.
Any what and what?
No promises.
Wasn't planning on it, but duly noted.
I give no promises.
All the different responses. Okay, I won't. I don't promise. What the fuck are you on about?
What the fuck is a tectonic plate and why aren't we allowed to put food on it? But to that regard, the city is sort of what's the one city from fucking Lord of the Rings? It's like tier. Yeah. So imagine that, but not as extreme. Like the tiers aren't quite as tall from one another. They're a lot more like slumped outwards. It's also very apparent that this city used to have a lot of very tall buildings. Most of those buildings have collapsed, resulting in the city being a lot flatter than it probably was back before it was a ruin. I'm trying to think of a good skill check to like learn more about like the city from a glance.
I get an advantage because I passed my history tech.
Trying to think.
Perception, I would imagine. Or investigation.
Yeah, I'll take it. People can roll investigation. Phyra has advantage.
Yay.
Not just because of her previously successful check, but also because he has the spyglass.
Be right back.
Actually, I'm gonna ask Phyra for if I can take a look in the spyglass after he's done with it.
He gives a thumbs up.
Right. I will hold off on my check until then.
Okay, my biggest is 19. She passes the scope to Jurgen.
What's your
Okay.
total?
I got 19.
19? Okay. And who else is rolling?
This gives me advantage, correct, with the spyglass?
Yeah, you have advantage. Levki, are you rolling? I'll take your silence as a no. Xila, are you rolling a investigation?
We'll be rolling an investigation, and for that investigation, I get an 8.
Ah,
Wait, plus 12 actually.
plus 12?
No, total of 12.
Oh, total of 12. Okay. I was about to say, that is indeed a city, and then you rolled above a 10, so I have to give you an actual answer now. What are you getting, Jurgen?
My second roll was an 18. My first was a 26.
26. I mean, you got advantage, so the 26 is what you're getting.
Yep.
So going with the highest and then going with the lowest and going up from there. Xila, this city, based off of like the layout of the roads and like the size of many of the buildings, you grew up like classically educated, right? Like in
Yes.
the capital of the Kryn dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
You went to like a proper school and shit.
Yeah, proper school and stuff. So like, I'm a city boy.
Yeah. At first you weren't sure you believed Phyra when she said this is the city of Avalir. It is very clearly, at the very least, you may not like see direct proof that this is the city of Avalir itself, but this is at the very least a pre-calamity city. It is ancient. And there are signs of ancient automatons that have been rusted over and with moss growing on them in the city streets. Large arcane mechanical constructs, wizard towers that have crumbled. This city at its peak would have been massive and extremely magical. It's up to you whether you believe it's Avalir itself, but it's definitely from the same time period. You do know, however, there were many flying cities in that age. Avalir was just the largest and the first.
Mm-hmm.
As moving up, Phyra, you already believe that this is the city of Avalir. You do not need to make any additional checks to believe yourself. As you are searching for the thing that your father consistently talked about, you only care about one thing when it comes to the city of Avalir, the greatest treasure, the single largest hoard of money that has ever been accumulated anywhere in the world that isn't a dragon's hoard. The vaults of the Golden Scythe. The largest merchant's guild that has ever existed on the face of Exandria.
Oh, sorry. What did I miss?
Just listen. The largest merchant guild that has ever been formed in the history of Exandria. Their wealth, it was so mighty, they hired dragons as mere bodyguards and workers. And the majority of that wealth that still existed within the tides of like the time of the calamity would be held within the Golden Scythe's vault. As you're looking around, you see a symbol upon a massive ruined cathedral-like building, a huge multi-tiered, multi-winged hall within the upper echelons of the city. You see the symbol of the golden scythe. You see the golden dragon of Avalir. That is where your father's famous treasures can be kept.
So it was great knowing you guys. I'll catch you later.
As we cut to the highest role, Jurgen. Jurgen's not looking for the golden scythe. Jurgen is looking for his family. Now, of course, you're far too far away to see individual people. You can see like the mass of movement of people moving down below, but you're easily like 80 miles away on top of a hill. Even with a spyglass, it's hard to make out individual people. But you do see several different walk camps, 3 of them you mark out, as well as various different places within the city where there are crimson-clad, armored individuals garrisoned up. Multiple different places that seem to have different camps within the city. And you also see that they seem to have the largest and most well-defended camp seems to be the very top, the large building that makes up the base for that giant statue. There are defenses and spiked and wooden walls have been constructed around that building as many soldiers. There are mind flayers floating around. You count, just off the top of your head, 25 in the city in total.
Mind flares?
Yes.
Okay.
You suspect there might be more, as mind flayers prefer not to be out in the open above ground.
Yeah.
But there are at least 25 mind flayers. But that's across the entire city. Your mind races. The city is massive. As long as you go as long as possible without being detected by a large group of enemies, you could probably free most of the slaves before the mind flayers even realize what's happened.
All right.
As I convene the roles to you guys to roleplay.
What do your special eyes see?
Sorry, how many mind flares did I see?
25.
25. Okay.
That's just far too many mind flayers.
I count 25
25 what?
mind flares.
What is this?
They should
I'll
have
be
brought more.
completely honest. I wasn't really looking at the mind flares. There was
Oh, you
this. My pa used to tell me about this place and its secret vault that had so much treasure they hired dragons to guard it. And I found it. But I think there's more important things going on, so.
No. That's a good priority number 2. First off is all these enslaved people and their psionic captors, and then money. Both are good. We just need to prioritize.
Yeah. But did you manage to see where your family might be?
No, I wasn't able to see where my family was, but there were several areas holding prisoners captive.
Well, that's a good place to start.
Did I notice anything else like major apart from the mind flares? structures that a lot of individuals are going in and out of.
If you look in the roll 20,
Yeah.
yeah, so the purple circles,
Yep.
those are all enemy encampments.
Enemy encampments. Okay. Huh.
Oh yeah.
And the red
Jurgen?
ones are just points of interest.
The red ones, well, the red ones you don't like. The only red one that you guys have a beat on right now, like in character, is the golden scythe, which is right here.
Mm-hmm.
Looking around towards the city, do any of the captives or mind flayers seem to be going towards the Golden Scythe or have any operation near there?
Not really. It seems that they are focusing their attention, especially the digging and like the excavating, seems to be really heavily focused closer to the south side of the city. Well, there is efforts on the east side, but the south side is really taking a lot of it. Whereas it seems that the largest concentration of actual like soldiers, more so than workers, are towards the central portion of the city. So it's not necessarily going to be a walk in the park to get to any part within the city's parameters, but the closer you get to the arc sept in the middle, the more the patrols are going to pick up, and the more dangerous those patrols might be.
Right.
I have one more question. Looking at the captives, are they wearing like an identical uniform, or is it just like they were captured one day and now they're here?
They seem to be wearing pretty much whatever. None of them are wearing particularly nice clothes, but none of them are necessarily wearing like a uniform specifically. All of them, oddly enough, also none of them are wearing slave collars or even slave like bracelets or anything. They don't seem to have anything physically stopping them from going anywhere.
How much would Xila know about mind flayers?
Roll me an Arcana check.
Gotcha, because I'm doing a dangerous line between metagaming and being a person, so I need to recheck myself. Arcana, you said?
Arcana, yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Jurgen?
14.
Are you
What'd you get?
I got a 14.
14. So, you have studied ceremorphosis. You know its symptoms. You know it takes roughly 4 days for a regular person who has been infected by a mind flayer tadpole to be transformed into a mind flayer. Mind flayers are from outside of Exandria. They come from a different realm of existence. They nobody really knows exactly where they come from specifically, but they create large colonies in the Underdark, and they will kidnap non-mind flayers, infect them with tadpoles, which seemingly any mind flayer is able to produce tadpoles, the number of which you don't understand. You don't know the specifics there, because even though the mind flayers make tadpoles, you've also read that mind flayers don't have a gender, so you're not really sure how that works. But you do know that the mind flayer infects somebody by crawling in through the eye, and then over the course of the next 4 days, they slowly turn into a mind flayer. And once they turn into mind flayer, they still retain all of their memories from when they were not a mind flayer, but they lose any emotional attachment to people, places, things, and they just become loyal to the mind flayer hive.
Gotcha. So if I know that detailed about the reproduction, I would probably reasonably know about their psionic prowess pretty all right.
Yes, they are. They're not well known for using any magic. In fact, you know that there are records indicating the idea that they hate magic on some level, like arcane magic. They use almost purely psionic abilities.
Gotcha. So I reason that, well, they don't need any slave callers because, chances are they're all mind controlled down there. There's no risk of rebellion.
Hmm.
Right. Mind controlled. Risky business. If we go down there trying to pretend like we're mind controlled, they'll just be able to tell if we are or not. I think they read minds.
I think it's kind of in the name, isn't it?
I would assume so.
We're going to have to sneak around.
Also, can you tell us what your family looks like so we know who we're looking for?
Okay. Oh, yes. Well, there's 4 of them. My wife. Hold on, let me find my thing on.
I'm making you think.
No. My wife Amanda. She was native to the coast. Not very tall. Has blonde hair, green eyes. She's early 50s, I would say. Probably at this, early 50s. Then there is my eldest, Austin. He would be probably 18 now. Last I saw him, he had short, wavy blonde hair like his mother, blue eyes like myself. He was starting to grow a beard, so that might be full now. Next is my first daughter, Ella. He's 17. He has black hair, blue eyes. Looks a lot like her mother. And then there's my youngest, Anna. She's 11. She has long black hair and green eyes. Apart from that, they may have changed their appearances, but a little bit. It's been a few years since I've seen them.
Well, we have a base to go off on. If they do look different, at least we know what features we're looking for.
Yeah.
Right, so she claps her hands together and rubs them. What's the plan?
Get in. Don't get seen. Don't die, and get out. That seems to work.
That's the main idea. I mean, how are we gonna do that? Because it's easy to say we're gonna go in, but it's how we're gonna go in without getting caught.
Well, spell-wise, I could use prestidigitation to make some sparks, some.
I'm not sure that will keep us hidden very well, yes?
No. Make distractions. They go look at the thing, we slip by while they are preoccupied.
Let's get down to the city first, then figure out how to sneak around. It's going to be quite a trek down the mountain.
Maybe. How far away is the city?
It's least. It's like at least like several miles away.
Not a day's travel.
Okay, this is cool. It's a stupid idea. But Phyra just points her sword in the air and just starts sliding down the mountain.
Hold on, I'm gonna double check something real quick. It was relatively early in the morning when you left. So yeah, so it's like when it's still morning. It's before noon. That being said, it's much later in the day than you were initially expecting because you left probably around 9 o'clock, and it looks like it's about noon now. But you are in a different part of the world entirely, so that makes sense.
What about around us? Is there anything watching us?
There was another thing I wanted to say. Is there like any like wildlife or even people who are around apart from the ones in the city?
You can roll a perception check.
You want my spyglass?
Can I use the 26 I got before?
No.
Bitch.
You can have the spyglass because you haven't returned it yet. Okay, give me it back.
No, spyglass doesn't help here, yeah. Alright.
Well, she's taking the spyglass back.
That's still pretty decent. That's a 16.
There's birds, there's small animals, there's no people, and there isn't like any like panthers getting ready to jump on you guys.
Wait, what if our druid talks to one of the birds and it flies down to try to find Jurgen's family?
I don't know. Does Xila have speak with animals?
I don't know, do you? Xila?
I don't think I have it prepared at the moment, no.
Can you turn into a bird?
I believe I can turn into a bird, actually. I think I am high enough level.
If you turn into a bird, it doesn't actually automatically give you the ability to speak with animals, though.
That's true.
Yeah, true.
But yes, if you guys are heading down the mountain, give me survival checks.
Baby.
I need one from everybody. So, Jurgen, what did you get?
13.
Okay.
I'm rolling low today. I got an 8.
I got -+1, so.
Sabanrab.
17.
Levki.
I'm sorry, spaced out.
Survival check.
Oh, right.
Stop looking at Sydan's nudes.
Who? 14.
Phyra, what did you get?
14.
And then Xila got an 8, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. All right. As you guys make decent pace down the mountain, still having to remember you've got a cart, so you need to take a route that, the horses can get down. But, so it takes a while. It takes a considerable amount of time. But once you get to more flat ground, the island isn't dense jungle. It's more long stretches of grassy fields filled with bushes and reeds, with the occasional patch of like palm jungles. So it's very Pacific Island kind of energy. Almost like there's a little bit of like the kind of mountains kind of would remind you out of character of like New Zealand, maybe a little bit. As you get to flatter ground, Apollo, hey, so we probably shouldn't bring the cart into the city. It's going to be a little harder to sneak around with a big cart.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Well, what do we do with it?
Well, set up camp? Have a place to fall back to in case shit gets real?
Preferably no.
I
Preferably
think we
no
could use the scythe for
fires.
that.
Everyone
It's
talked at the
best
same
to stay somewhere in the city, somewhere out. Because then we'll be having to dodge around a lot of patrols. And if we need to, we can use something like the scythe. And even then, the scythe isn't a good idea. There's no back exit. If we're getting into a bank is a one-way thing.
Would I know if there's like a secret exit or entrance to it than just one?
You would imagine it's going to have more than one entrance. It's the golden scythe.
Yeah, she like turns to Jurgen. Well, if the stories are correct of how big it is and how important it is, there's gonna be multiple entrances.
And actually, I'm going to give the people who have succeeded information checks about the city as the city of Avalir, Xila and Phyra, can both make me a history check
Okay.
with advantage.
Ooh.
With advantage, you say?
With advantage.
Okay.
I got a 14.
That's going to be a dirty 20.
A dirty 20.
Yum.
Okay, so Xila is the one that remembers this piece of information. Xila, it occurs to you that should you be able to find an entrance to this, there is a way that, assuming your adversaries have not also found a way into it, you'd be able to get around the city without drawing much attention at all through the Meridian Labyrinth.
It's true.
You don't know how much of the labyrinth is still intact, but you've heard stories about the fact that the entire mountain of Avalir was completely riddled with these tunnels and underground passageways that are all connected to the central power structure, the heart of the mountain.
What do I know with a 14? Because I'm guessing I don't know all that.
At 14, you would know that the city is honestly, from what you've seen of the number of people that are patrolling the city, and they do not have enough people to patrol the entire city. You could probably wander the city for hours before running into anyone, other than occasionally ducking behind a dumpster to avoid being seen by a mind flayer who's flying overhead.
Okay.
The patrols probably have about 10 people in a march, and you guys are a lot faster and more nimble. If you don't patrol in alleyways and over rooftops, or you wait until night, the city, you should be able to dodge patrols of actual human enemies pretty easily.
I have a question. Wouldn't that be a perception and not history?
Fair fucking point. I'm sorry. I'll give that to you anyway. On a history check, you would not know of the specifics of the Meridian Labyrinth, but you would know that there are access points that your father spoke about in the Golden Scythe to secret tunnels, presumably escape paths that you would be able to take. You're not sure, however, if those escape tunnels are still there, considering how old and decrepit the city looks. The tunnels might have collapsed, but there's definitely the possibility.
Okay. So, out of character, the best option is to go find the labyrinths. In character, they're just tunnels to me. Tunnels to access the money.
I think that as we're moving, I'm just all like, I do remember having some lessons on this city. If we can get into the scythe, then that means that we'll be able to enter. Then chances are that we'll be able to enter its its portion of the labyrinth system. And if we can access the labyrinth system, we could probably go anywhere in the city undetected. Assuming the tunnels haven't utterly collapsed.
No, that's a bad idea.
Why?
Mind flayers live underground. Any pre-existing tunnel systems they would immediately adopt.
Not necessarily. Like, look over there, and I point to where the excavation is happening. They all seem to be mainly concentrated there. The scythe is out of the way. The chances there, we might have a chance of being able to put in a loose foothold.
How many mind flayers were in the hive that I was in when I got abducted?
The mind flayer hive that you saw when you were younger, before everything else happened, it was not very deep underground. It was a small one. There were only like 5 mind flayers. It was just big enough. It was just big, and I mean, one mind flayer is enough to overpower and kidnap at least 20 people on their own. Like,
yeah.
So there were only about 5 or 6 mind flayers. It was only big enough to like house the people of the town in these cocoons as they were being infected. And then when the Empire showed up, they just cut all the fucking illithids down because for some reason they seemed all very resistant to the psionics being used against them.
I see.
Honestly, they might not even know about the labyrinth. They could have just gotten here since they're digging.
I
don't know as much as I should.
Or maybe they're looking for it.
Maybe.
Wait, hold on. I have a question I don't think any of us are asked.
Yeah.
What are they even doing here? First of all, first important question. If these Empire folks are the ones who saved Jurgen from being mind flayers to begin with, what are they doing working with mind flayers now? Second question, why are they and the mind flayers at the city of Avalir? Like, I don't know much about this place, but it doesn't really add up. They don't seem to really care about history for archaeology's sake. They must be looking for something.
I was wondering.
I agree, but those are things we can answer right away. After all, we're not going to charge the place and figure it out. We just sort of teleported in open air. We need to get a base first. We can ask those questions later.
Gordon, can I roll something to try to theorize what they might be looking for, if they're looking for something?
Another history check. Go ahead.
A history check.
Can I roll that too?
Yeah, you guys can go for history checks.
I'm gonna try and see if
Can I
there's any
advantage?
You don't have advantage on this one.
Damn it.
I'm gonna try and
That'll
see.
be 17 for me.
17.
Jurgen, yes?
I'm gonna try and see because I have a proficiency in alchemist supplies. I'm gonna try and see if there are any like plants around that I can use to like try and craft me up something interesting, like health potions or alchemist fire or something.
Roll with your proficiency bonus. But give me 1 second to give the history buffs. What did you guys roll again? Sorry?
We both rolled 17.
Both rolled 17. Okay. So, with a 17, the city of Avalir was a city of wonders. It was a city of advanced magic, the likes of which people today literally cannot do. The gods have made it impossible to perform magic at this level, or even properly understand the kind of magic that kept Avalir afloat in the sky. The Imperium seems to be a group of people who believe morally that might equals right. They are in a world where magic works differently than they are used to. It would make the most sense to the both of you that they are looking for sources of greater magic. Greater magic than can be achieved anywhere else. They are searching these ruins for either artifacts or spell tomes that offer magic at a higher level than even the greatest of archmages of the Tal'Dorei.
Phyra's going to repeat all this information in photon activate.
That's what makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Lost magic sound nice.
It does, but that might be why they're doing all this and why they're here.
Well, I for one am for getting it purely to mess with them. Besides, better in our hands, bunch of misfits, than it is in theirs.
I suppose.
Can I get a insight check from Xila and Sabanrab?
What?
No, it has nothing to do with you. Don't worry.
Question, Dan.
Yes.
When you said roll with my proficiency bonus, do I need to roll a nature check with my proficiency bonus?
Yeah. Nature check with proficiency bonus because you're using it.
I got a 21.
21. Sabanrab, what'd you get?
A 10. He's not paying attention.
10? Okay.
And I got a 25.
25. Okay.
22. No, that was a 22.
22? Either way.
That's what I see on it.
Xila, you are traveling through this, it's not quite a jungle, but close enough, this tropical landscape. And it is vibrant. It's full of life. There's plants, bright colors, flowers, bugs, birds. But there is something wrong. Something inherently wrong about this place. A weight. A spiritual fog. You sense magically, or maybe it's just your innate connection to nature. A very natural, but still otherworldly and troubling sense of decay and necrosis. It doesn't feel like necromancy. It feels almost like the very opposite of necromancy. It feels necromancy reanimates, manipulates, controls the dead. This feels like it's just the raw, unbridled, natural force of decay, the inevitable end of the things that exist.
Entropy. Xila grew up in the Kryn dynasty. His own magic is a druidic magic mixed in with dunamantic principles. Does this feel like dunamancy?
No. This is something you've never encountered quite. The closest you could think of are the druids of the spore druids or blight druids that you've heard about, that you've read about from across the sea, places in the world that are so dense, so wild, that in order to truly worship nature, it's not balance you're looking for. It's not kindness or coddled nature. It's nature is war. Nature is death. Nature is surviving or dying. Nature here seems to lean a lot further away from rebirth and a lot closer towards just fucking die already. It's an oppressive weight.
Xila keeps it to himself, but is unnerved.
Can I see if I notice you're unnerved? Or you just opened me that?
Would he be trying to hide that, or would he?
You would be trying to hide it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Deception versus insight.
F.
I got a 2.
I got an 8.
So you try to hide it, but this is just too concerning. It's very difficult to pull your mind away from this feeling of nothingness almost. This feeling of unwanted natural aggression. As Phyra, even though she's completely consumed by her daydreams of the golden scythe, looks over to see that Xila seems to be not just concerned, but almost frightened. Almost, not quite frightened, but it's definitely verging on fear.
Yeah, you see Phyra turn to you, and her excitement kind of wavers as she looks more concerned as she gets closer to you. You okay?
I shake out of whatever thought I was just in and snap my head towards you. Smile. It's.
Don't try lying to me. I know that look.
I just put my head down. This land, it's tormented.
Tormented hell.
All it can. You see, most places in the world, you can tell when they're when the natural balance is in equilibrium, because there's a focus on cycle. Things live, things die, and from death brings life, and life eventually fades into death, all in a cycle. Nothing gaining one over the other. Here, it's abundantly clear that this is a land that's like a cornered and scared animal. It wants nothing more than to fight and to keep fighting. And there are very few places I've been that feel like this. And out of all of them, this one is the most tormented I've been to.
I would think about it.
I look over towards the excavation, and I look over just at the entirety of the ruins. DM, just as I look around, does this a blighted feeling feel like it's been here for centuries, or does it feel new?
It feels almost a little bit of both. This is a natural state for this place, but it's grown excessive, it's grown wild, it's grown dangerously far more unstable recently.
I look over at the excavation, and I just say out loud, "This land has been tormented for a long time, but something's poking the bear." And I look over at the excavation, and then I look over at Phyra, smile, squeeze her hand. Let's make our way down.
She gives a worried smile and nods and squeezes back.
Mm-hmm.
We got this.
We got this.
We continue.
All right. Sorry, got distracted.
Is
So what did I get from my flower picking?
You guys are walking, and every once in a while, Jurgen just yoinks a flower, puts it in his pocket, pulls out one of those little like grinders, grabs another flower. While he's walking, he's just like smushing the flower, looking around, grabs another flower, smushes the flower.
Mix it up with a berry. Gotta keep it fresh, you know.
I was about to ask if you're making a flower crown, but by the looks of it, I don't know what you're doing.
Xila makes a flower crown with druid craft and puts it on Phyra.
She just smiles. Well, thank you.
As I'm going to, this is you're making with a 22. You said
25.
25. Damn, 5 away from the highest possible DC available. I'm a shoot you a DM.
Also, while I'm doing this, I'm marking down mentally and then also writing down in my journal every specific flower that I use to mix in and all the different stuff that I do.
As you guys find a clearing that is only about a mile away from the city, and Apollo starts breaking down for camp.
Yep, I follow suit.
Let's do this. We get ready for camp. I'm gonna make it extra hidden, so if they decide to randomly appear, they won't see it.
Once I'm done setting up camp, I'm going to grab a stick and I'm going to start scribbling in the ground a general outline of the city that I can make, like using rocks and shit for landmarks that I was able to make out with my initial investigation check.
Yeah, you come up with something that vaguely looks like the map on screen. As you place like large rocks at various different camp or like big building locations. As the only big building that you recognize is the Golden Scythe, which has been pointed out to you guys by Phyra. However, this would just be Xila. Xila, you can make me a history check to identify the other important building locations.
Gotcha.
Why
I'm
is
going like crap. I'm gonna guidance myself on this. 12.
So of the build, like you recognize one other location, which is the one closest to the Arc Sept, and that is the Librarium Oh, hold on. Fucking, how the fuck is this thing spelled?
Librarium Incantatum.
Yeah, Librarium Incantatum, which
learn the English. Get on my level.
The one of the largest libraries that have probably ever, at the very least, the largest one of the largest pre-calamity libraries of arcane learning ever. It is easily a rival, if not greatly superior, to the library in the city you grew up in. The fuck?
About as big as the Marble Tomes Conservatory, if not way bigger.
But you're not sure what the other buildings are. They just look large.
Dan, actually, would you say that as someone who was a town guard, I would know, I would be able to recognize that the South Barracks is a barrack location?
Yeah. No, definitely.
Right, so I will mark that down.
I have a question.
Did
Sorry, you
I...
first.
Go ahead. Oh, I was just going to ask, what seemed like the main area that everyone was going in and out of? Like the central building that the most stuff was happening around.
The Arcsept.
That's what I figured.
If I was going to drag Xila, we're going to try to make a map of the labyrinth of what we can visualize it might look like.
Okay.
Well, seems kind of like a fool's task to map a labyrinth, but
Yeah, but at least we'll try to figure out where bits are, like entrances, exits.
What
might
was
as
Ken
well.
gonna say? Oh, sorry. What was Ken gonna say?
Oh, it's not a big deal. Keep going.
No, man, go ahead.
No, talk to us. You are here to.
All I was going to ask is, I didn't know if Sabanrab could give anyone advantage, having experienced flying cities himself. If he could suggest suggestive places of like a control area or an entry point or a city area or something like that. Obviously, it's nothing he's seen, but I don't know if it'll inspire him to help somebody trying to figure stuff out.
Not good work, because I assume floating cities might have worked a bit differently than land.
So the city's obviously not flying anymore, but it definitely was at one point flying. So any sort of roles to figure out like the sort of geography or the layout of the city, Sab can probably weigh in to help give that person some advantage involving the role.
I just like rolling because my character's excited for it.
No, that's
what
fine.
do I roll?
It's just he's very experienced in crash sites of major cities in a way.
Okay.
You can definitely do that.
Phyra pulls out her spyglass to like study how it would have worked and asks Sabanrab for help. What do I roll?
Perception,
What can
since
I
you're looking from a distance?
Fair. Jordan?
Sorry, hold on. What were you on again? Sorry, my bad.
Me and Sabanrab are while I'm looking through the spyglass, trying to figure out how it would have functioned to help us plan more. Sabanrab's helping me because he knows floating.
How what functioned?
BRB.
You were
city.
breaking up.
The city? Oh, okay. So like how it... Okay, make me an Arcana check with advantage.
Okay. Luckily I had advantage because that would have been a nat 1.
No. You look over there and then follow that line, see?
Oh, that, thanks.
You see hundreds of medium length, tall, crystalline pillars that line the various different tiers of the city, the outskirts, then the inner tier, then along the central area of the city. These pylons would have generated energy coming from some sort of magical generator, likely deep within the mountain. Many of these look to have been completely shattered, severely damaged, toppled, or broken in some way, shape, or form. And in fact, you can probably concur that them being damaged in this way was is somewhat the cause of the city falling to begin with. Its power source started to fail, like out of character when one of the two engines on a plane starts to go out.
Well, by the looks of it, the crystals that might have been the reason it was floating seems
Yes, I can see
so
that.
damaged.
Looks like they were trying to make to land as they were coming down, so that might help us orient which direction the ship is facing.
Maybe, yeah.
Are you saying this to everyone?
Yeah, he's speaking out loud.
Well, we're saying out loud.
Alright. Levki, you're a resident magic person. Do you think a power core like that could still be active after all this time? Theoretically, if it were still intact.
If it was... certainly, if assuming everything else was functional.
I would give Levki the spyglass so he can try to figure out.
Sabanrab will also offer his help.
Yeah,
His experience is crystal-based engines.
yeah. He probably could tell that they're all severely damaged and broken.
Alright, let's take a look and see.
There, over there. What does he roll? Or did he need a roll?
Levki.
Yeah, roll me an Arcana check. You have advantage.
Advantage?
Yes.
Yeah.
If
Yes,
we
Jurgen.
found this thing, is there a way we might be able to use it to our advantage?
Also,
What, one of these engines?
Yeah.
Out of character. These engines are what kept the city afloat in the first place, yes?
The outer pylons would have been powered by a central arcane engine of some considerable size.
Well, first off, if it's of the right size, it can do many different things. That's going to be a total of 22.
Yeah, so an arcane engine large enough to power a floating city. First of all, you've never heard of such a thing. This would have been pre-calamity, arcane technology, borderline irreplaceable in the modern era. Like, pretty much impossible to replicate. But assuming that it did exist, which it obviously did, and assuming that it was as powerful as it was needed to be, which obviously it was, if it could be made to work again, which it likely is in a severe state of disrepair like the rest of the city, it could generate enough arcane energy to do basically whatever the fuck you wanted it to. The limits of arcane capabilities in the modern era are lower than it was before the calamity, which means that the arcane engine is would literally be able to generate more power than you would ever be able to use at once.
I relay this to them, and odds of it being functional, astronomic, but if such a thing was to be recovered and repaired, you could effectively do whatever you wanted with this engine. Now that I think about it, either it's one giant engine or a series of smaller engines holding all this at one point together. but same concept.
I see.
Which a smaller engine, or multiple smaller engines, would make more sense.
Which I'm sorry, can't
If
offer.
if one failed, you wouldn't have the entire city crashing down.
Clearly, that was not the case, though. Also, Jurgen, what were you saying? Not Jurgen. That's out.
No, I was just adding that I'm sorry I can't provide more information. I was not involved in the repair of the Vindicar, but I know that ship actually used a smaller engine, nowhere near as big as this city, though.
Yeah, the largest floating city would have been Satrath, actually, now that you think about it. Satrath at one point was a flying city. It landed. It was where the majority of the other, like the Exeter and the Vindicar and those other ships came off of. They were part of the... so if Sabanrab's old enough to be from Argus, or at the very least
Yes,
from...
he is.
Then he remembers...
The Exeter.
Shatrath City, which was a flying city prior to...
Shatrath City was a city built on Draenei. It wasn't a flying city.
The central point of like the middle of Shatrath was was the flagship of the Draenei fleet.
But yeah, Sabanrab would have some of that knowledge.
Which was even that ship wasn't as large as this entire city. So if this entire city was floating, then that's impressive magic.
Definitely a lot of power.
If such a thing could be recovered.
You want to carry the thing that powered that? That's going to be very huge.
No. With as many people as is down there, mind flayers, enslaved.
Are you thinking of starting the city defenses, maybe? If that was still working?
That would be very interesting. I wonder if these types of cities had, like, things to stop flying enemies. Because that was probably their only real threat, yes?
More than likely.
Would that be a thing?
My biggest concern is we're not here for the engine. We're not technically here for the anything other than to get the people out.
That's why I'm asking.
That
See, all
being,
the mind flayers they're floating around.
That being
Get
said,
some sort of defenses up.
my biggest concern now that it's he gestures out towards the city. This and not some fishing village that had the misfortune of mind flayers attacking it. We may have to permanently disable the engine. Who knows what the mind flayers want with this? Who knows what?
If they want it, it can't be good.
Exactly. I would shudder to think of what they would be capable of doing with such a magical relic.
Listen, everyone. Our first priority, finding his family. Second priority, figuring out what these cocksuckers are doing in the city. Third priority
Well, the second part is kind of clear. They're excavating, looking for something.
Yeah, but
Most likely the engine.
what if it's not the engine? What if they're just looking for one book, or they're looking for one sword, or they're looking for literally any piece of arcane technology they can get their hands on? We don't know what they want.
Then the simplest solution there is asset denial. They want it. They want it. Therefore, we deny it to them. We leave, and hopefully they continue digging and digging until they die of old age.
Couldn't agree more. But we need to remember, first objective, find and free Jurgen's family. Because the less in danger they are, the more balls to the wall we can go with the rest of this.
Oh,
Can't be throwing around fireballs if civilians are. Right, Levki?
That would attract attention anyway.
I mean, to be fair, if you need distraction, well,
There's a difference between distraction and pulling everybody in.
No, listen. You guys have an important task. As he taps
survive this and go get drunk.
He taps his foot on the ground a little bit and smiles and says, "If anyone's putting up a distraction, it's gonna be me."
Wait, aren't we forgetting this?
He's just watching. He will not participate.
Let's hope he never says anything ever again.
No. He said because he's here to be entertained. What is more entertaining than teasing these flying nitwits?
I don't know. Dragons
manage to convince him of that. Be my guess.
All right. So I say we wait till dark. I split off from the rest of you and go start a distraction out in South City. You guys sneak in through the East City and then and then either up to you guys head to the closest camp to try to free some of these prisoners, or head straight for the Golden Scythe.
My vote, we go for the scythe and figure out a way to move around the city, either undetected or minimalizing our presence.
As much as I don't like the idea of not hitting them head on, I kind of agree with Levki. It's better to go to the scythe and see what we're up against, be in the middle of this, and then once we've gotten a feel for it, then get a plan. Right. As I reacquire everyone's attention to this little miniature of the city that I've built, I have put down two major things. Rocks are major locations. The bigger the rock is, the more important of a location I consider it, personally, because I was the one who made it. So if any of you guys want to add anything to it. The three major locations are the South Barracks, the Arch Steep, and the Golden Scythe. The second most notable location, Dan, do I have all the locations of all the purple camps here?
Yeah, those are the places you saw that there were significant, masses of workers and soldiers. You don't know exactly what each of those locations are, you just know that they have a large mass of people.
Though I don't know whatever the fuck the Helm of Avalir is, and I don't know the Helm of Avalir. That is the second biggest location because that is the closest one to our entrance. I assume the green arrow is how we're approaching.
Yeah,
Correct?
that's the direction from your camp. So that'd be the closest. So coming in from like this direction would be like the closest in, but you can absolutely come from this direction or down this direction if you wanted to.
Right. So, if everyone will put their attention towards the map that Dan's created, I think we should go in up somewhere along here in this area. Make our way through, because this is the farthest away from both of the big camps. And we can make our way right into the areas that doesn't seem to be very commonly... that didn't seem to be very commonly patrolled. Once we're there, we can get to the Golden Scythe, and then plan what we're going to do from there. After that, I imagine if we want to hit something, unless a better target comes up, I think we should go for this far target over here, on the top. Because that will lead people away from the overall main area. Assuming we can get in undetected. And then we can draw their attention over to a corner where we won't have to worry. And then we can do whatever we want in this area.
Sounds like a plan.
It is good plan. Just be ready to change if we get the new information, like if your family is in another part of the city, or if there's a secret passage we can find. It's good that I agree. We're here for you. We're here for your family. I say we do this, but also keep an eye for other opportunities to give us advantage.
I agree.
As
question. If I boil those potions, can I save them, or is it I need to boil them and then use them immediately?
you do not need to use them immediately. Boiling them is how you turn it into a potion.
Okay, cool. I'm going to do that.
You just take the gross mush that you made, and you mix it with water, and then you boil it, and then it makes the potion.
Okay, cool. I do that.
You have 5 shrinking potions.
Yeah. I use them on people's penises.
Oh no.
Are you going to inform the party about the potions?
I mean, I assume they're watching me, what's it?
Yeah.
I assume they're watching me make, boil it, so I'll explain, no, these potions are apparently, I think I'm trying to make these potions essentially make us shorter, which, hopefully will make us harder to spot. I don't think it will work on our armor or equipment, though. So that might be a drawback.
So we're going to be running around naked, is what you're saying.
Exactly. But then again, they are magical potions? Question mark again?
That is how potions work. They are magical.
Then it's quite possible that they could actually work. I have enough here for 5 people.
Is it temporary?
Yes, it works for 10 to 20 minutes.
Well, do we have everything ready? Because it's getting dark, we should probably start moving.
Jurgen, you wanted me to do distraction up north or down south?
I think you should come with us for now. At least be in our group, and then once we get to the Golden Scythe, then we can split off. Is that good for you, or would you rather...
No, I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna. I'm pretty sure odds by a lot by getting at least the mind player to go in a different direction.
I suppose. And then we can hit one of the camps.
But if
Um,
it happens, I'm
Just don't
back
die.
to you or to the vault.
Well, if something happens, don't worry. I got it.
I'm gonna worry. These are my words.
do we want him to go, how's the ruckus up north or down south?
Well,
Whatever, probably the furthest away.
so we're going from. So if we are starting
We're starting here,
or
going up through here, and then meeting at the Golden Scythe. Or getting at the Golden Scythe.
right, then we'll want him to make a distraction. Okay, why is this?
You have to hold it down if you're gonna press.
Then we'll want him to make noise.
Something down here.
Yeah, somewhere down there.
But here,
So,
sorry, go ahead.
because the purple looking ones are
Camps.
yes, thank you. Are camps. So the more people he pulls away, there are of shenanigans going off without us potentially dying.
Do we want to move more people away from the majority of the camps so we can hit the majority of the camps, or do we want to get the minority of the camps and have potentially less enemies to fight?
Less things trying to kill us. Typically a good thing.
True, but the bigger people we move and save, the bigger notice the rest of the enemies may take.
Mm-hmm.
So it's balance.
So Apollo, you'll go down south then,
Looks to me.
and then we'll hit the north camps. Right. Sounds like a plan. Let's I guess now we just wait. Jurgen's gonna get up and we're just gonna walk off.
Oh, I had assumed like you guys wait until night falls. Apollo already heads off.
Alright.
Right, back to your Apollo. Back to your As you guys.
Hold on, I would do some magic trick for Apollo stealing his wallet in the process.
You don't have no fucking money.
Roll sleight of hand, see what you actually pick.
Can I do that? It was a joke, but
Jurgen is going to take some water and is going to start practicing his water bending with his water. Can't try and master it more.
that one.
You put your hand in his back pocket.
Mine, it's a 7. I got 14. It looks like a 1. We can say it's in that one for the funnies.
You put your hand in his pocket, and you're hit with like a sudden hit of pain as you pull your fingers out, and there's a mouth trap.
when like it's just like, well, precaution, I guess. He takes it off.
he just looks down and smiles at you. I've been around the block.
I'm going to keep that noted.
You can keep the mousetrap.
Yeah, she's going to reset it and put it in her pocket.
I will remember that, and that's how you all want. We're going to put your hand in your pocket and be out a mousetrap yourself again. Phyra mousetrapping herself will be like the new gag of the rest of the game.
The new dad no longer a shark.
As you guys head, start sneaking towards the city. So, to clarify, Xila is casting Misty Step. What does that do?
I'm casting this. No, I am not.
No. I passed without trace. My bad.
I wish I was. I don't have it prepared at the moment.
He said he didn't.
You guys just took a short rest. Can you change the spells on a short rest?
It has to be
I'm
on
on
That's
the phone line.
only, I think, no, that's not even a warlock thing.
Warlock, you get all your shit back.
Yeah, warlock, you get all your shit.
Short rest.
Yeah, short rest. Okay. Well, considering it's dark, you guys already have advantage as long as you're not using any large light sources in order to traverse the city. It is very dark, so unless you're nearby, I'm going to use...
I am going to invite Sab, because he's the only other one who's wearing heavy armor, to join me in slapping mud all over the armor to try and get rid of the shine, and stuffing leaves into the joints to try and make it to try and make the nails sound quieter.
Instead of squeaking, this is crunch.
Quick question. Short rest, you did get some spell slots back, yes?
I think sorcerers get them back on short rest too.
That's short rest. Both wizards and circles of the land druids have a feature that lets them recover some spell slots.
Okay.
Nice.
So, you guys are going to be this symbol, this green symbol, as you guys come in right.
Alright.
For me, for stealth checks, everyone will have advantage for, now, the way this is going to work is this is a group check, so I have to roll. If three of you pass, then you guys pass.
What is this? Stealth?
Not 20.
Yeah, we're starting with stuff.
I still don't it.
Jurgen, you have advantage, but you also have disadvantage on your armor. So
Disadvantage.
you just have a straight roll.
I did describe taking the time to cover myself in mud, cover my armor in mud, and cover and like stuff the slots and stuff with leaves to try and muffle and lessen the brightness. Can I make sort of a check to try and negate that disadvantage?
No, that is fair. You didn't have to describe that, so yeah, you guys still get to roll. So what did Jurgen get? With
I wasn't expecting an advantage, I was just expecting a reroll and then somebody did it. Alright, that's that.
If I roll with advantage, I got a dirty 20 instead of a natural 1.
Nice.
I understand correctly, everyone has advantage?
Yes, hold on. I'm going down the list. Jurgen first.
Okay.
Are we rolling with Pacific Trace?
No,
No,
You haven't either Pacific
he doesn't have it
he doesn't
prepared.
have it out yet. He doesn't have it out.
Alright, we're running with an 18.
Okay. Sabanrab, you have advantage.
Well, we did Jurgen. We didn't do Sabanrab, so it's just straight.
I invited Stab to go and do it with me. I said that at the beginning.
I was doing it,
Also did that.
but in that one would have been funny.
Yeah, but we don't want to die.
Well, that's a 2 then, because that's my second roll.
Oh, shit. Well, fuck.
It didn't take very well on my armor.
Levki, what did you get?
With advantage, that's a total of 14.
And then Phyra got a natural 20.
It is 20 roll together.
And then Xila got a dirty 20. So yeah, you guys sneak into the city, and I want to clarify this little grid that I have going on here. For every grid you guys are on, you guys, one of you can choose to make either you guys either all choose to make a perception check, or upwards, two of you can choose to make a different kind of check to look for supplies or other kinds of like hidden things within the city.
I'm looking specifically for any kind of active-looking computer terminals.
I'm gonna roll me an investigation to see if I can find supplies or any like interesting magical doodads or gizmos or shit. Them stuff from before my generation.
Alright, so down the line, you'll get a little investigation.
Yeah. Which give me a nice juicy 25. I'm really way too good. I'm gonna start sucking like at the final grid. I'm just gonna roll 2 net ones.
You find yourself a wand. The rubble.
Hey.
You obviously don't know what it does, but you know you don't need to do wands.
That is true.
What does the wand look like?
Wand is seemingly made of pine wood. Along its like length, it has 3 kind of orifices not in the wood. And the very first bed has like a metal pat on the very end. Seemingly made of copper. So it is either a magic wand or a very conductor's wand, and a conductor's wand for playing and for music.
I found some base. There's somebody who's more magic and able to use it. Adept on to use it.
Anybody have identify prepared?
Yes, I do, actually.
What's the time limit on that? Does it take too long? Or?
Well, if you just want to run the cell slot, it takes, hold on.
It's a minute.
It's a minute or about 11 minutes if you has the rigid.
Right. And I do both, so we got that time I can identify, or we can get to a place and I can do it there when we're safe.
mean, we're kind of on a time limit in terms of lining up what all of us are doing, so let's probably wait till we get there. Here. Levki, if you want to hold on to this while we're going, and I hand him the wand.
Let me make a note. Unidentified wand. As you guys move on, make me another stealth check. You guys still have advantage.
And right.
What did you get?
First roll. Second roll. Again, 18.
25.
Okay. Sabanrab.
19.
Levki.
Focus. That's a faint thing.
17.
Alright. So as we get into this, you guys have been about an hour or so each of the walls. Each one of these has about 40 minutes travel. As I will give Sabanrab me either investigation or perception.
21.
On which one?
Oh, perception.
Perception. Okay. You see, up to like on the buildings, like past the buildings in this direction, a seemingly patrol of about 9 players flying due west. So you kind of have like help everybody kind of avoid the detection from that group.
Yeah, he is hissing really harshly as he's helping the people, the group, get to the side.
And Levki will mean the investigation. As you go around to the ruins.
D20.
Nice. You look around, you find the skeleton of what looks to be some sort of military official, wearing a guard uniform. You recognize the golden sight symbol on a piece of his armor. As you're patting him down and you find a coin purse, and you open the coin purse, and there's literally hundreds of thousands of like coins in there. And for a minute you're like, oh my god, that's so much money. And then you realize it's only 100 gold pieces worth of copper pieces. So you have just 10,000 copper pieces to your inventory.
Okay. Looks. Hold on. You said 10,000.
Yeah, 10,000 copper pieces equals 100 gold pieces.
How did that fit in the pouch?
Very carefully.
The copper pieces are not that big. It's really like 10,000.
I imagine the copper piece is not much bigger than like the thumbnail of a person.
A little bit bigger, but yeah, the thin copper pennies, basically.
Man, I thought I hit the nah, man.
I remember materializes behind you. Pirate, baby, pirate.
another line of stealth checks. You guys still have advantage because you haven't failed any previous stealth checks before.
I am keeping in constant awareness of trying to figure out if there are any like patrols of non-aligned.
Hold on. You know what, Ken? Screw you. They find a bag of holding for
Yay, bag of holding.
Hey, we got a bag of holding.
Now you guys have a bag of holding.
Okay, because I got you.
Damn nice. There we go.
You're getting stealth check. You still have an advantage.
Yeah, I got a 10.
Nice.
Ken.
Oh,
7.
11.
11?
Oh, wait. 13.
Alright. Levki.
Give me one moment, because I was adding in the bag of holding.
And the copper.
That was
Make sure to include the copper pieces in the copper section of your money.
okay.
Sorry, stealth check?
Yeah.
Oh god.
That is going to be a with advantage again.
Yep.
Fantastic. That is going to be a 19.
Ooh. As you guys so close. I need Jurgen and Phyra to make me perception checks.
Okay.
Okay. Keep in mind, I've been actively keeping my passive perception up.
Yeah, no, I know.
21 because it's dark and I don't have disadvantage.
I got a 9, but my passive
Passive,
perception
yeah.
is 18.
Your
So's
passive
mine.
is high enough as it is without even really needing to roll. So, Jurgen, Sab, and Phyra, you guys over the last 30 minutes or so haven't been doing as great of a job being sneaky. You've kind of relaxed a little bit and kind of assumed that this isn't so bad. You know, that we don't see any guards around. We're avoiding the flying enemies. It's not that big of a deal. So you haven't really been sneaking. You've just been walking, and echoes through an empty and silent city without any real wildlife is noticeable. So you guys do, however, notice before they notice you a patrol of 6 men. And let me post the art of what they look like. This is how they are dressed.
Let's just.
Faces,
Oh.
quick! Wow. Okay.
Hide.
As
Oh, question. If I boil those potions, can I save them, or is it I need to boil them and then use them immediately?
you do not need to use them immediately. Boiling them is how you turn it into a potion.
Okay, cool. I'm going to do that.
You just take the gross mush that you made, and you mix it with water, and then you boil it, and then it makes the potion.
Okay, cool. I do that.
You have 5 shrinking potions.
Yeah. I use them on people's penises.
Oh no.
Are you going to inform the party about the potions?
I mean, I assume they're watching me, what's it?
Yeah.
I assume they're watching me, boil it, so I'll explain, these potions are apparently, I think I'm trying to make these potions essentially make us shorter, which, hopefully will make us harder to spot. I
Is it
not entirely, I don't think it will run on our armor or equipment though. So that might be a drawback.
So we're gonna be running around naked, is what you're saying.
Exactly. But then again, they are magical potions? Question mark again?
That is how potions work. They are magical.
Then it's quite possible that they could actually work. I have enough here for 5 people.
Is it temporary?
Yes, it works for 10 to 20 minutes.
Well, do we have everything ready? Because it's getting dark, we should probably start moving.
Jurgen, you wanted me to do distraction up north or down south?
I think you should come with us for now. At least be in our group, and then once we get to the golden site, then we can split off. Is that good for you, or would you rather,
No, I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna be, I increase your odds by a lot by getting at least a mind player to go in a different direction.
I suppose, and then we can hit one of the camps.
But if it happens, I
Just go
will back
die.
go to the vault.
Well, if something happens, don't worry, I got it.
I'm gonna worry. It's my place.
Do we want him to go, Ruckus up north or down south?
Well,
Whatever, probably furthest away.
Which
so we're going from. So if we are starting.
We're starting here, going up through here, and then meeting at the golden scythe, or getting at the golden scythe.
Right. Then we'll want him to make a distraction. Okay, why is this?
in the south?
You have to hold it down if you're gonna press.
Then we'll want him to make noise.
Something down here.
Yeah, somewhere down there.
Here,
So,
sorry, go ahead.
because the purple looking ones are
Camps.
yes, thank you. Are camps. So the more people he pulls away, better our odds are of shenanigans going off without potentially dying.
Do we want to move more people away from the majority of the camps so we can hit the majority of the camps, or do we want to get the minority of the camps and have potentially less enemies to fight?
Less things trying to kill us. Typically a good thing.
True, but the bigger people we move and save, the bigger notice the rest of the enemies may take. So it's balance.
So Kolero, you'll go down south then,
Works for me.
and then we'll hit the north camps. Alright. Sounds like a plan. Let's, I guess now we just wait. Jurgen's gonna get up and just kind of walk off.
Oh, I had assumed like you guys wait until night falls. Apollo already heads off.
Alright.
Right, back to Apollo. Back to the. as you guys.
Hold on, Phyra does a magic trick for Apollo, stealing his wallet in the process.
I don't have no fucking money.
Roll sleight of hand, see what you actually pick.
Can I do that also, Joe?
Jurgen is going to take some water and is going to start practicing his water bending with his water. Can't try and master it more.
That one.
You put your hand in his back pocket.
No, mine it says 7. I got 14. It looks like a 1. We could say it's in that one for the funnies.
You put your hand in his pocket, and you're hit with like a sudden hit of pain as you pull your fingers out, and there's a mouse trap.
It's like it's just like, well, precaution, I guess. He takes it off.
he just looks down and smiles at you. I've been around the block.
I'm going to keep that noted.
You can keep the mouse trap.
Yeah, she's going to reset it and put it in her pocket.
I will remember that and tell you all one we're going to put your hand in your pocket and pull out a mouse trap yourself again. Phyra mouse trapping herself will be like the new gag of the rest of the game.
The new dad no longer a shark.
As you guys head start sneaking towards the city. So, to clarify, Xila is casting Misty Step. What does that do?
I'm casting this. No, I am not.
No. I passed without trace, my bad.
I wish I was. I don't have prepared at the moment.
He said he didn't.
You guys just took a short rest. Can you change ourselves on a short rest?
Has to be on the
That's only I think. No, that's not even a warlock thing.
Warlock, you get all your shit back.
Yeah, warlock, you get all your shit.
Yeah, short rest. Okay. Well, considering it's dark, you guys already have advantage as long as you're not using any large light sources in order to traverse the city. It is very dark, so unless you're nearby, I am going to use...
I am going to invite Sab, because he's the only other one who's wearing heavy armor, to join me in slapping mud all over the armor to try and get rid of the shine, and stuffing leaves into the joints to try and make it to try and make the nails sound quieter.
Instead of squeaking, this is crunch.
Quick question. Short rest, you did get some spell slots back, yes?
I think sorcerers just want to get them back on short rest too.
Yeah, I take short rest. But wizards and circles of the land druids have a feature that lets you recover some spell slots.
Okay.
Nice.
So, you guys, it's going to be this symbol, the green symbol. You guys come in right.
Alright.
Roll me for stealth checks. Everyone will have advantage. So, now, the way this is going to work is this is a group check. So, I roll. If 3 of you pass, then you guys pass.
What is this? Stealth?
Not 20.
Yeah, we're starting with stealth.
I still don't get it.
Jurgen, you have one advantage, but you also have disadvantage on your armor. So
Disadvantage.
you just have a straight roll.
I did describe taking the time to cover myself in mud, cover my armor in mud, and cover and like stuff the slots and stuff with leaves to try and muffle and lessen the brightness. Can I make some sort of a check to try and negate that disadvantage?
No, that is fair. You didn't sound around to describe that, so yeah, you guys still get to roll. So what did Jurgen get? With an
advantage, which was just expecting us to reroll and then get it. Alright, that's that.
If we're rolling with advantage, then I got a dirty 20 instead of a natural 1.
Nice.
Am I understanding correctly? Everyone has advantage?
Yes. Hold on. I'm going down the list. Jurgen first.
Okay.
Are we rolling with pacified trace?
No.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I did pacified
He doesn't have it
He doesn't
prepared.
have it out yet. He doesn't have it out.
Alright, well, then it is an 18.
Okay. Sabanrab, you have advantage.
Well, we did Jurgen. We didn't do Sabanrab, so it's just straight.
I
I was doing it.
Also did that.
But in that one would have been funny.
Yeah, but we don't want to die.
Well, that's a 2 then, because that's my second roll.
Oh, shit. Well, fuck.
It didn't take very well in my armor.
Levki, what did you get?
With advantage, that's a total of 14.
And then Phyra got a natural 20.
It is 20 together.
And then Xila got a dirty 20. So you guys sneak into the city, and I want to clarify this little grid that I have going down here. For every grid you guys are on, you guys, one of you can choose to make either you guys can either all choose to make a perception check, or upwards, the two of you can choose to make a different kind of check to look for supplies or other kinds of like hidden things within the city.
I'm looking specifically for any kind of active-looking computer terminals.
I'm gonna roll me investigation to see if I can find supplies or any like interesting magical doodads or gizmos or shit. Them stuff from before my generation.
Alright, so go down the line. You'll get investigation.
Yeah. Which give me a nice juicy 25. Literally way too good. I'm gonna start sucking like at the final grid. I'm just gonna roll 2 net ones.
You find yourself a wand. The rubble.
Hey.
You obviously don't know what it does, but you know you don't need to do wands.
That is true.
What does the wand look like?
The wand is seemingly made of pine wood. Along its length, it has 3 kind of holes and knots in the wood, and and the very foot of the bed has like a metal hat on the very end. Seems to be made of copper. So it is either a magic wand or a very conductor's wand. No, conductor's wand for playing and for music.
I found some basics for somebody who's more magic and able to use it. Adept on to use it.
Anybody have identify prepared?
Yes, I do, actually.
What's the time limit on that? Does it take too long? Or?
Well, if you just learn the spell slot, it takes hold on.
A minute.
It's a minute or about 11 minutes if you cast the vision.
Right. And I do both, so we got that time I identify or we can get to a place and I can do it there when we're careful.
I mean, we're kind of on a time limit in terms of lining up what all of us are doing, so let's probably wait till we get there. Here. Levki, if you want to hold on to this while we're going, and I hand him the wand.
But you make a note, unidentified wands, by the way. As you guys move on, make me another set of stealth checks. You guys still have advantage.
And right.
What did you get?
First roll. Second roll. I got 18.
25.
Okay. Sabanrab.
19.
Levki.
Focus. That's the same thing.
Xila.
17.
Alright. So, as you get into this, you guys have been about an hour or two into the walls. Each one of these has about 40 minutes travel. As I will give Sabanrab either investigation or perception.
21.
On which one?
Oh, perception.
Perception. Okay. You see, like on the buildings, like past the buildings in this direction, a seemingly patrol of about 3 mind players flying due west. So you kind of have like help everybody kind of avoid the detection from that group.
Yeah, he is hissing really harshly as he's helping the people, the group, get to the side.
And Levki will mean the investigation. As you go around into the ruins.
D20.
Nice. You look around, you find the skeleton of what looks to be some sort of military official. He's wearing a guard uniform. You recognize the golden sight symbol on a piece of his armor. As you're patting him down and you find a coin purse, and you open the coin purse, and there's literally hundreds of thousands of like coins in there. And for a minute you're like, oh my god, that's so much money. And then you realize it's only 100 gold pieces worth of copper piece. So
Announced one goal.
you have just 10,000 copper pieces to your inventory.
Okay. Looks. Hold on. You said 10,000.
Yeah, 10,000 copper pieces equals 100 gold pieces.
How did that fit in the pouch?
Very carefully.
The copper pieces are not that big. It's really like 10,000.
I imagine the copper piece is not much bigger than like the thumbnail of a person.
A little bit bigger, but yeah, the thin copper pennies, basically.
Man, I thought I hit another one. Nah, man.
Phyra materializes behind you.
Money.
Money.
Another line of checks, you guys still have advantage because you haven't failed any previous self checks before.
I am keeping in constant awareness of trying to figure out if there are any like patrols of
Hold on. You know what, Ken? Screw you. They find a bag of holding for.
Yay, bag of holding.
We got a bag of holding.
Now you guys have a bag of holding. Full copper pennies.
Okay, because I got you.
There we go.
Yeah, you're getting stealth check. You still have an advantage.
Yeah, I got a 10.
Nice.
Ken.
Oh,
7
11.
11?
Oh, wait. 13.
Alright. Levki.
Give me one moment, because I was adding in the bag of holding.
And the copper.
That was
Make sure to include the copper pieces in the copper section of your money.
okay. Fire stealth check.
Yeah.
Oh god.
That is going to be a with advantage again.
Yep.
Fantastic. That is going to be a 19.
Ooh. As you guys so close. I need Jurgen and Phyra to make me perception checks.
Okay.
Okay. Keep in mind, I've been actively like keeping my passive perception up.
Yeah, no, I know.
21 because it's dark and I don't have disadvantage.
I got a 9, but my passive
Passive,
perception
yeah.
is 18.
Your
So's
passive
mine.
is high enough as it is without even really needing to roll. So, Jurgen, Sab, and Phyra, you guys over the last 30 minutes or so haven't been doing as great of a job being sneaky. You've kind of relaxed a little bit and kind of assumed that this isn't so bad. You know, that we don't see any guards around. We're avoiding the flying enemies. It's not that big of a deal. So you haven't really been sneaking. You've just been walking, and echoes through an empty and silent city without any real wildlife is noticeable. So you guys do, however, notice before they notice you a patrol of 6 men. And let me post the art of what they look like. This is how they are dressed.
Let's just.
No,
Faces, quick! Oh, okay.
Hide.
As you guys succeeded well enough on your stealth checks to be able to get a hiding place. I need to make it clear. They don't know exactly where you are, but they do know somebody is here. They are looking. They're not just going through the area. They heard people in this area. They are looking for you.
DM, I so from where we're at, what I'm going to do, possibly to throw them off our trail a little bit here. Let's see. What does this do? Okay. So first off, I'm going to do this via subtle. Use the subtle meta magic.
What does that do? Does it means you don't have to use your voice or anything?
Correct. No vote. You don't have to use voice. You don't have to use your hand gestures.
No somatic or vocal components. Meaning I won't make a sound doing this.
Gotcha.
To give our actual position away. I will. What is the farthest that I can make these dancing lights appear? I know I have a range of 120, but how far can I feasibly put this away from us?
Yeah, about 120. So as far within visible range, you still need to see where you're making them. I have a question. Ken would have been the one to get everyone to their Sab would have been the one to get everybody to their the hiding place.
Yeah, but he can still do dancing lights.
Yeah, no. My question to Sab is where is what good hiding spot did you get everybody to? Are you in an alleyway? Are you in the ruins of a building?
Yeah, if there's a building, we want to be covered from all sides, but enough of a window where we can keep an eye out. Preferably one with a back door, in case we need to make a hasty retreat.
I'm gonna peek my head through and try and see what they're saying.
Okay. I will keep Levki's dancing lights on hold for a moment. I know that's what he's wanting to do as a distraction. Jurgen, roll me perception.
I'm kind of wanting to use my new ability from Observant where I can read lips.
Still uses perception, right?
I think it's just I think it depends. I'll still roll perception just because that's shitty. That's a 10.
You said there was Gatorade?
So they aren't talking much. You can see that they are discussing. Every once in a while they'll quickly say something to the other. You can read their lips. They don't appear to be speaking in common.
Huh. And I assume it's not in Zemnian or Primordial either.
No.
What language can we make out? Is there a language I would know?
No, you
I know Common, Elvish, and Thieves can't.
But can you read lips?
Yeah,
I can try.
You can roll perception as well to try to hear them, and maybe you can make out what language they're speaking.
Okay. 21.
Excuse me.
A 1?
21.
21.
Oh, 21. Okay. So you don't speak the language, but the nice thing about Thieves Can't is Thieves' Cant is a combination of dozens of different languages, different phrases, different dialects, like dead languages and phrases. It's a lot less about what you're saying and the energy you're, which means that you can kind of understand the tone and intention behind someone's words, even if you don't actually know the meaning of the word. You've gotten very good at doing that. These people are concerned. They're a little bit frightened. You think either one of two things are kind of going through. They're either afraid of what would happen if they aren't able to do their job and they let people pass and somebody sneaks in and gets past them and they're punished, or they think the place is haunted.
Oh, that gives a great idea.
It's very clear they don't like being here anymore. You guys want them to be here. These guys look like fresh. These guys look like fresh California boys getting off the plane in Vietnam.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, they about to hate me then.
Yeah, so I'm gonna like pull Sabanrab and Jurgen close enough so they can hear her, but she's whispering very quietly. It's either they're worried about punishment or they think it's haunted. What if we mess with them a little bit?
Oh.
That sounds like a good idea.
Rather than dancing lights, I can do prestidigitation.
Do you have minor illusion by any chance? That would be so much better to use in this situation.
would be.
Hold on.
Hold on, I have the
Uh.
floating thing, don't I? So what if I make something float? Or I make them float?
What floating thing?
My spell.
Oh, actually, no. The dancing lights will work. Because I can combine them into one humanoid form.
Yep, of
That
medium
is
size.
true.
Sabanrab can
I
do
have
that too, so we could like
levitate.
play off each other.
I'm going
Oh,
to.
you don't understand.
He nods.
Fire
I'm
I
going
can
to take.
levitate.
Hold on. People are talking over each other. Who wants to go first?
Fire demon and dancing lights.
Phyra, you go first. What were you saying?
I was saying that I could maybe levitate something. I think. Oh, I can't use it.
I think other people have a little bit stronger magic that they use in this situation that would be more applicable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good idea if there's like
It is a
lights
good
running
idea.
by and then something levitates after them. That would add to it.
Could you read the spell so I make sure I know that the range is within doable and what it does?
Okay. Range area 60 feet. Components either a small leather loop or a piece of golden wire bent in the cup shape. You don't know, okay. One creature or loose object of your choice you can see within range rises vertically up to 20 feet and remains suspended there for the duration. The spell can levitate targets at weighs up to 500 pounds. An unwilling creature that succeeds on Constitution saving throws is unaffected. There's more to it, but that's the baseline.
Okay, that's gonna be really funny. Levki, what spell were you going to use and explain how?
Okay, so dancing lights. You can create up to 4 torch-sized lights within range, making them appear as torches, lanterns, or glowing orbs. Excuse me. That hover in the air for the duration. You can also combine the 4 lights into one glowing, vaguely humanoid form of medium size. Whichever form you choose, each light sheds dim light in a 10-foot radius. As a bonus action on your turn, you can move the lights up to 60 feet to a new spot within range. A light must be within 20 feet of another light created by the spell, and a light winks out if it exceeds the spell's range. So, these guys are already spooked, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm going to cast Dancing Lights, utilizing my subtle meta magic, so they don't hear me. And it's going to just seemingly rise up from the ground about 30 feet behind them.
I have a question.
Hmm?
Does anybody here have the ability to create a sound or like a voice from a different direction? Does Xila have a spell that allows them to like project their voice from a different direction?
So here's what I'm gonna do.
And
I'm going to take a bunch of water out of my water skin, and I am going to hold it in my hands and shoot it up into the sky and freeze it so that it turns into like not snowflakes, but
Like hail?
not hail, just like kind of like a blizzard like water that's like I want the sky to be kind of like cloud. Like a cloud.
Oh,
Like water
like fog.
precipitation.
I think he's trying to make it foggy.
Does Sabanrab have thaumaturgy?
He does, but he also has
okay.
dancing lights.
Okay, so Jurgen can create like the fog cloud, which by the way you'd be
And
doing.
also change the color of that, so I'm going to make it blood red.
Oh.
Oh.
So Jurgen does that. Lev creates the lights. I have a special surprise for what Phyra does with levitate, and then Sabanrab can like create like a ghostly voice.
DM.
What?
Specifically, it's coming from the ground and looks humanoid.
Yeah, no, I'm aware.
And I'm achieving a eye and mouth effect just by having the light shift and not be there kind of deal. And
What
this
if I
thing is
covered
holding
it with crawling bugs?
Oh my god, you just summoned a swarm of bugs too. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Okay.
Just have like the crickets start chirping ominously.
I'm also just gonna have it be just crawling with like writhing swarm of beetles.
Okay, so this is what happens. This is in order. These guys are walking down the street. They're looking around. They look spooked already. Then just a bunch of beetles start appearing all like out of every crack, every crevice, under every rock. And then just a raindrop hits one of these guys on the helmet. He looks up, and there's a cloud of like slowly descending mist that is blood red. That is like staining everything it touches with like a red coloration. And he's just like, and the language he's speaking, to clarify, it sounds Latin. It sounds like a mixture between, out of character, it sounds like a mixture between Latin and like old Gaelic Scottish.
Is it Draconic?
No.
Okay.
Although you can, it is really close to common. There are some words that are just the same. Like you can literally hear him, like he literally exclaims, like in the same word in common, shit, and then he says something else that you don't understand, and then
Is it undercommon?
No, it's not undercommon either.
Okay.
As the form, the light comes up from the ground, this like humanoid, like electric ghost looking motherfucker shows up, and then Sabanrab, what do you say through the voice? Make sure that it includes something along the lines of like,
No, let him just do whatever. Let him just do whatever. Don't suggest anything. Let him just do whatever.
Go ahead.
Let the creative juices flow.
No, but that's just so it's kind of like, I guess, German. He's going to speak in Draenei. Not.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Sabanrab's fucking Sabanrab. He actually understands these guys.
Oh.
Yeah, they're speaking Arathorian, the language of the Alliance.
Oh.
What are they saying during this whole thing?
Yeah. Yeah, you
I should have worn the brown pants.
When the red mist starts coming down. Oh shit! I fucking knew the demons were going to be bad luck.
Yeah, in that language, because he was going to speak in that language anyway. He'll just kind of growl like, "This is my area. Get gone."
And as you say that, hold on. As you say that, the light raises its hand, and then the little chipmunk that was just running through the ruins freezes, and just immediately shoots up 20 feet. And starts twirling in the air like, I need everyone here.
Oh, no.
Roll me intimidate with advantage.
Yeah, baby.
And
Intimidate.
because I can move these lights, it's now charging towards them.
Oh no.
That's a
You
dirty
said
20.
intimidation?
Yeah, intimidation with advantage. Jurgen, what'd you get?
Let's see. With
I put-
advantage, that's a 10.
Sabanrab,
Dirty 20.
dirty 20. Levki,
23.
Phyra.
I got 10 twice.
Oh boy.
No.
Xila.
I believe I got a 16.
Okay. So yeah, two of these guys, a dude who has a big long rifle in his hand, and another dude with a sword and a shield. The dude with the sword and the shield, he just drops his fucking weapons and runs. The rifleman guy, he just quickly slings his weapon over his shoulder and just bolts it. The mage though, he's got he's got a shield in one hand and a battle staff in the other. He backs up and then he goes, "Fuck, not today!" As he raises up his shield and casts shield, and then runs.
I was just holding her mouth, just trying not to laugh.
Sabanrab would actually translate for them since he knows what they're actually saying to the group.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Okay,
That
I
was
need to
pretty
get
good.
that. I need to get that squirrel down.
Yeah, the little chipmunk comes down, and the chipmunk you guys go back out from your hiding space back into the street as you're all kind of quietly laughing to yourselves. The chipmunk runs over to Xila, and just the echo is really bad there, Jurgen.
Oh, my bad.
The chipmunk runs over to Xila, and Xila just chipmunk noises, angry chipmunk noises.
Was Kronk? Zyla's no Kronk.
I look over at the druid. Sorry, not the druid, at the chipmunk, and I just shrug because I do not have speak with animals prepared.
He's angry.
The chipmunk just is staring at you guys with a "you motherfuckers" look on his face.
I'm sorry.
Let's see. I give a big sigh. I kneel down on the ground, and I use druid craft to make an acorn. I give it to him.
Oh.
He accepts this apology and takes the acorn and runs off. Scampers back into the ruins.
I'm gonna go pick up the guy who dropped the sword and shield. I'm picking that shit up.
I'm picking the gun up.
The sword
DMs don't want you to know this, but if you pick up all 496 goblin scimitars, you'll be a millionaire.
The sword is just a typical like long sword. There isn't anything particularly special about it.
I mean, it doesn't let you cast wish.
Did the mage drop anything by any chance?
No. He cast shield on himself and then fucked off.
He probably has to change his
had-
underwear.
Then he probably had prestidigitation to clean the pee out of his pants.
Yep.
I think one of them dropped a gun. If he
No,
did, I picked.
he slung the rifle over his shoulder. He didn't drop it.
Okay.
The shield and sword got dropped. The shield is red with a you know, like the Aquila eagle with like the two heads, like in the Imperium of Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it like the symbol on it is very similar to that in white, painted on the shield. Underneath the Aquila eagle is like a raised fist.
I see. Spooky. Spunky, even.
I think we better hurry along before one of the flying dudes come to say hi.
I agree.
Good point.
Just
Head off.
then,
Yes.
as you guys
Dispel
are
the
kind of-
lights.
you guys are kind of at a high point on like the city has a lot of hills, and you guys are kind of at the top of one of them, so you can kind of look out to the rest of the city, or at least like the rest of the same tier, like the two different districts that are at the bottom, and
Oh, yeah.
be out to the most of the city. And the moon's out. It's full tonight. It's there's a lot of moonlight and starlight coming down, as it is very dark out. And suddenly it's not very dark anymore. As the very far south portion of the city, many different colored strobe lights come from one section, and you just hear a loud riff and I shit you not, Dynamite from AC/DC starts playing it loud enough that you guys can outside of the city.
Yeah.
As you guys look up and see several mind players immediately start flying in that direction.
Well, we know what he's doing.
Well, he knows how to put on a show.
That is a distraction.
Yeah. Well, hopefully
Great.
he'll live long
Let's
enough to do
go.
an encore.
I do need to make sure that you guys are aware. I am rolling combat rolls behind the scenes on Apollo's distraction. It's unlikely he will die, but it is very likely he might get captured if he has to distract them for too long.
That
I
sounds
don't-
wonderful.
If something happens, fall back.
Are you kidding?
He knew the rest.
Apollo's an idiot.
No shit, that's why I told him.
Immediately after that, I'm going to, because we're getting close to the first layer of those crystals, right?
Well, technically, the first layer of the crystals are on the outside of the city, and then the second layer is on the right here.
We're getting close to the second layer here. All right. I am going to specifically look for a downed building that we can maybe use as a ramp to get up. That can also provide us as cover, as it's the inside of a building.
Good idea. Roll me a perception check. If you pass this perception check, the party maintains their advantage on stealth. If you don't, then you no longer have advantage on stealth. Now nobody has disadvantage, but you guys won't maintain your advantage.
And I argue for an investigation check, rather.
It is a perception check. I apologize.
You rat stinky stinkler.
I
No
say
advantage on this, I assume, correct?
You don't have advantage on the perception check.
That was almost a 20, and I got an 11.
11?
Can I say while we're on top of the hill, I'm using my spyglass to see if I can spot any of Jurgen's family, because if they're outside, mind controlled.
Good roll. Well, the closest points would be over here or over here. Considering over here would be more downhill than You can roll me a perception check with advantage to spy on the helm of Avalir.
Um, 24.
24. The helm of Avalir, you don't really see a whole excavation going on. There is excavation, of course. You don't see Levki's family, but what you do see...
Levki's?
Sorry, not Levki's family. Not Levki's family. Jurgen's family. But what you do see is the building seems to be it seems to be like almost an observatory of some kind, like with a large like telescope coming out of one side. It's a tall, almost it's almost a phallic shaped building. Like it's tall, straight tower with like a dome at the top.
Penis tower. I get it.
And you see what you would recognize as almost gargoyles, you think, flying around it. Large, bat-shaped humanoids. And when I say large, they're like size large. Like they're at least 10 feet long, 15 to 20 foot wingspan. Large, gnarly bats, humanoid face with like a big, like lion's mane. And almost like a gangly gorilla's like body. As they are flying around the top of this building in almost not even a full swarm, but something similar to it for creatures of that size.
Wow.
Phyra just mumbles to herself with that sword.
We're fucked.
Guys, check this out. She hands over the spyglass to whoever grabs it first.
Yeah, if she gives you the spyglass, I'll give Jurgen a second opportunity to roll.
Yes. Oh, dirty 20, baby.
There we go. Cooperation. This spyglass is so helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Father, who's dead.
Dead fathers are the best for anime tropes. Jurgen, you're able to find up that gives you guys cover, which means your stealth check for this segment is with advantage. So starting with Jurgen, everybody give me stealth checks.
With advantage.
Oh, that's not good. Give me something high, baby. Hey, 19.
Sabanrab.
I got an 8. Just an 8.
Levki.
Clink, clink, clink.
Alright, my roll is as follows. It is a dirty 20.
Phyra.
Natural 20.
Nice.
And Xila. I would literally, even with a natural one, you guys are still going to pass at this point.
Forgive me. With advantage or without?
With advantage.
Okay, in that case, I'll roll one more time. Then that's lower. 22.
Yeah. So, despite Sabanrab sounding like a can of sardines being shaken around in the supermarket, you guys still managed to avoid detection as you arrive on the very edge of the second tier. This section of the city is a lot more in ruins, almost. The buildings appear to have mostly been carved out of singular pieces of stone, many of which at one point were upwards to 5, 6, 7 stories tall on average. A very arid, very sandstony environment with large towering buildings and walkways connecting these higher stories. It even looks like there were some smaller, like lesser floating islands that were around here that have crashed into the rest of the streets below. And due to just the size of many of these structures, many of them have collapsed, and it's just created a much more hectic walkway, and it's much more difficult to get around. Those who believe that they might have information can roll me a history check to know if they know the area of the city that they're in, or what might be in this area of the city.
While we're on,
Do you say we can all roll, or
And those who believe they might they believe that their character might know anything about the city of Avalir and its districts. So it's up to you if you believe you've been taught any stuff. 10. Okay, that's
What kind of roll?
a history check.
honestly, he probably wouldn't. No, he wouldn't know.
Okay, that's an 8.
Okay, so unless somebody else, I think, you guys. There's nothing particularly that you have on this region of the city that stands out to the rest of the city. As you guys make your way further in, yes?
I was going to ask while we were up on that top part, the very apex of the building. I was going to ask Phyra, could I have your spyglass again?
Well, sure. She passes it to you.
Thank you. I'm going to try and look over in the south direction where Apollo went, and I'm gonna try and check in on him. And I'm also gonna try and check in to see if what troops are like what we ran into down there. See if there's a lot of them going around, and more importantly, I want to see if there are still slaves out doing stuff, and if I can find any of my family among them.
Yeah, so for full clarity, Apollo's light show is coming from the Lost Citadel, which is all the way the fuck down here.
Alright.
I'm tempted just to put fucking an AC/DC playlist on loop in the background.
You know that one bit in that one Devil May Cry game where he puts on the fucking hat and he starts doing the Michael Jackson dance?
Yeah, that's literally what Apollo's doing right now.
I just look down the telescope and then it just cuts to that scene, but it's Apollo.
It's for those of you who aren't aware, it would be hold on. Yeah, it's he's just doing this right now.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Now listen. Megamind presentation scene.
That's kind of yes, actually. So okay, you peer down, and what you see is a mass of what you see confuses you, because not only is there a lot of lights, there is a lot of what are very clearly illusions of kind of the magical equivalent of a drone light show. And then
you're a mind fucker, alright. Just not a super one.
You distinctly see 4 different Apollos fighting the Mind Flayers.
Oh my god.
Holy shit, he must have ported Shadow Clone Jutsu from a different dimension.
As one of the Apollos jumps off of a building, uses Misty Step mid-air, and hits one of the Mind Flayers in the head with a car, causing literally a loud enough thunder damage that you can vaguely hear the impact from where you're at. You can roll me an Arcana check if you want.
I don't know. Fuck. I don't want to fucking jack about magic. Nah.
Yeah, that's funny.
But also, do I see?
He is royally fucking with these Mind Flayers. The soldiers below, the ones with the guns, are trying to take pot shots, but it's not working. He's not that he's dodging; it's that they can't seem to aim straight. They got Stormtrooper aim for whatever reason, and then you don't see any of the slaves anywhere near what's like this situation. If there were any in the area, they probably got evacuated or they're indoors.
I see.
What about the people we scared?
What you wouldn't see them all the way down that section of the city already.
I just wanted to see them running.
Yeah, no, I hand it back. Thank you. We should probably hurry up. He's already in a fight.
Yeah.
He and him and him and him. There's 4.
Oh yeah, Levki. When Levki hears the war, you don't need to. Levki and Xila don't need to roll an arcana check. He's somehow using a version of mirror image that actually lets the other mirror images fight.
Nice.
Notice that. Notice, I will say this, Jurgen. All the other mirror image, you're not sure which one was the real Apollo. They were all using Eldritch Blast.
I assume that was just like massive rays of rainbow light.
It was them strumming on their guitar and hitting them with a fucking like rainbows literally coming out of the guitar.
Yeah.
Like lightning and rainbows coming out.
Let's keep
Nice.
going.
My brother had suggested.
You cut out.
My brother suggested that Apollo should be a paladin, the oath of rock and roll.
The oath of sex and drugs.
The oath of the Rolling Stone.
The oath
No,
of
no,
Fern.
no, no. The oath of the Rolling Stone.
Yeah, best of both worlds.
Okay, but yeah, so
We continue forward. Ever vigilant of the badassery in the background.
roll. I won't make you guys roll stealth this time because the distraction is working. But
What about? Sorry.
Phyra, roll me either your choice, perception, or investigation.
Since we're also in the upper parts of the city, can I do a good old little investigation check, see if I can find any other magical goodies or useful tools that can help us?
16.
A 16? Yeah, so you see that pretty much all of the soldiers and defenders of the city are heading in 2 different directions, and this is a troubling piece of news. They're either heading south towards Apollo, or they're heading towards the Golden Scythe. Not very many are heading towards the Golden Scythe, I should clarify, but there are definitely people heading in that direction. Also, the echo from Jurgen is going to drive me fucking insane.
Yes.
Guys, I think some of them are heading to the Golden South.
Well, if there must be a fight, we'll deal with that if we.
Now, there is a chance that we could get them on our side because I do recognize the language, so they may be forced in doing what they're doing.
Do we really want to risk it at this early a stage?
We could just start avoiding them.
Bless you, Xila.
He gives a thumbs up.
Jurgen, you can roll me that investigation now.
Damn right I can. 18.
You find a chocolate bar at the bottom of a swimming pool.
Yay!
You find
80 cent.
Yummy.
Very nice. You find a potion that seems to have it's not in a glass vial. It is in a kind of a ceramic pot, but you uncork it, and it's a you're proficient with alchemy supplies. You recognize a potion when you see one. Can you roll me a outdoorsman with your proficiency bonus added?
That's the
Or
wrong
nature
game.
with my nature or
nature.
medicine with my proficiency.
What's survival?
Oh fuck! Yeah, it would be nature or medicine. Sorry.
Alright, I'll be rolling with nature because that's a +5. Oh, you cunt. So +5 +3, so that's 15.
15. This is a potion of cure serious wounds.
Never heard that spell in D&D.
Yeah, is that just a normal potion
Sorry, hold
healing,
on.
or is that a greater healing potion?
Greater healing potion.
Okay.
I think it's hinting at something.
That sounds useful. I will put that in my bag along with all the other healing potions I got.
As Xila, roll me a nature check.
Alright, one nature check coming right up.
So
Give me
yeah,
a
there's a
19.
potion of healing greater, a potion of healing superior, and a potion of healing supreme. And then there's a normal healing potion.
It would be superior. My bad.
Superior?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it goes normal, greater, superior, supreme.
Yeah, it would be superior.
Okay.
How much does that heal again?
A lot.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
8d4 plus 8.
8d4 plus 8. That's a lot, yeah. Okay, so the nature
And I
check.
still am carrying 5 healing potions from just vibing.
Your Xila, nature check.
19.
19, okay. So as you guys are traversing, this place, you have grown up, you have lived most of your entire life in the Kryn dynasty, in a, please mute yourself, Jurgen, oh my god. In a part of the world that was so negatively affected by the calamity that the landscape itself is forever scarred by its conflict. You finally put a finger on exactly what is so upsetting about this place. The very spirits of this land still scream out in pain and agony. The elements are still in shock and trauma from the events of the calamity. This is where the calamity started. This is ground zero. This is Hiroshima. This is where every terrible thing that happened started. Millions of people died as the city crashed into the ground. And when the city crashed into the ground, it made contact with the rest of the mountain and sent a shockwave of magical energy that completely shattered an entire continent. This land gives the same energy as if the very hand of Asmodeus himself was squeezing the life out of it.
I think Xila takes this information and he lets himself, he just sort of attunes himself to the spirits around. And I think he just sort of, he's very, let's see. Very stoic, but I think a tear does fall.
There is something else. There is a different presence. That entropic feeling from before, that was not the betrayer gods. The more in depth you get to the city, the more you realize that entropic feeling is new. It's not evil. In fact, it's very natural. It's the only natural thing about this place anymore. You feel like you're being watched, but you can't tell from what direction. You can't tell from what end of the veil. Is it something from the natural side, the Feywild? Or is there something from the Shadowfell gleaming in from below? But you know, something already knows you're in the city. And they aren't telling. They're just watching. They're waiting for something. As
Brother takes this in, and he says nothing. At least not yet.
Do I have to do
continues
another
on.
insight check on you, bitch?
You do.
Bitch. I'm
Since
gonna
when
let you
has
roll
Xila
first.
ever been
just
honest
in case.
about his feelings?
Fair. I'm gonna let him roll first, just in case my passive perception is better. No,
It's
passive
11,
insight.
and it would probably. I got an 11.
My passive insight is 15.
Xila is perturbed, to put it lightly.
Phyra lets everyone walk forward a bit more, because we still have to get to the place, as she dramatically puts her arm around your shoulder. Now you really need to be more open when you're upset about something.
I lean down. I'll be like, I'll be more open when we're a little bit safer.
Mm.
Don't worry, this can wait. It's not urgent.
Well, I'm gonna trust you on that. Just tell us when we are safe.
Sabanrab,
I trust you.
not trying to be nosy or butt in, but Sabanrab would kind of like growl to the side. Sometimes trauma is not easily shared. And he'll just leave it at that.
Snap dropping that wisdom on these kids.
Phyra just freezes at that. Well,
Yeah, Sabanrab's on edge too, so.
she's not gonna question it because probably something sensitive.
Okay, so here's a question I have for you guys. Would you guys head due east or north? Sorry, due west or northwest? Either way, you're only about an hour away from the Golden Siphon. But do you want to try to come in from like the side, like a side angle, or do you want to come in closer to the front of the building?
Side is probably safer.
Probably a path less traveled for less chance of main travelers.
Sure. Roll me a stealth check. Only Sabanrab and not Levki. Sabanrab and Jurgen don't have advantage, but they also don't have disadvantage either. They're rolling straight. Everyone else rolls with advantage.
What are we rolling? Stealth?
Light to guide me.
Oh boy, I rolled really bad.
Jurgen, what'd you get?
Oof.
Jurgen.
Stealth?
Yes, stealth.
Nope.
You don't have advantage.
I don't have advantage. Well, fuck me in the Stinkletons. That's a 3.
Oh no. Sabanrab,
That's
what
also at the. Oh dear.
Being the one with plaint and a normally disadvantage, he actually rolled a 23.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Levki, what'd you get?
Uh,
You do have.
I got a total of 3. They both rolled a 2.
Oh no. Okay, and then so Phyra, what'd you get? You do have
19.
19? Okay. Xila, if you rolled above a 12, then you guys sneak. If you rolled below a 12,
We cry.
Here is what I rolled. I rolled with advantage because I'm not wearing any heavy armor or anything.
mhm.
I have a shocking +7 to stealth checks
Uh-huh.
as a druid. I rolled a 12.
And you rolled a 12. Oh my god. So you guys managed to just barely avoid the detection of whoever may be in that building.
Levki's laughing at Apollo's antics.
I need 3 people, doesn't matter who, volunteer if you wish, to roll me perception checks, and 1 person to roll me an investigation check.
Okay, what's
I'll take
everyone?
Do a perception check.
Hold on. I need who's
Jesus
making the perception
Christ.
check.
We need to know who has higher fucking numbers, mate.
I have a +8 to perception.
Okay.
I
Okay,
have
so
plus
you're
8
one.
to
I have a
investigation.
+3 to investigation.
Okay. So I think Jurgen to do the investigation. Phyra, Xila, and either Sab or Levki doing the perception.
What's your score,
I'll let
Sab?
Levki make a roll.
Okay.
I'm rolling low today.
Okay. So starting with Levki's perception, what'd he get?
Huh. 7.
7. Okay. And then Phyra's perception.
13.
13. Okay. And then Xyla's perception.
I got a 14.
14. Okay. You guys know that the people were heading towards the building. You, however, from this direction, you found a way in. There is a side entrance that is. Hold on 1 second.
Then he was never heard from again.
Sorry, I was just making sure that everything was him on the. Anyway, so you guys find a side entrance. However, it is pretty much impossible to tell what kind, like how many people be in there or what they're currently using the golden scythe for. Like, are they using it as like a base? Are there slaves being kept there? You don't know. You just from the outside and from like your lower down, like you see a massive, incredibly impressive, like bank-looking building, the guild hall of the Great Golden Scythe Merchants League. It is impressive. There are big like dragon and lion statues inside. There's big like marble columns. It looks like it kind of looks like the White House a little bit, but bigger, like way bigger. But you found a way in. Now, Jurgen, what was your investigation?
11.
11. Okay.
I rolled a 3.
Your way in happens to be a sewer grate. As the grate itself has kind of been like it bent and it's broken, and there is a tunnel large enough for you guys to go one by one that should lead into the building. So give you a moment as before you guys head to discuss the plan.
So enemies congregating at the entrance?
You don't know. You can't see. You saw them. You saw enemies running towards the building. You, from your angle, from where you are right now, you cannot see any enemies. You cannot see inside the building. You don't know what they're using the how many. You just know that people were running towards the building. Some bad guys were heading that way. Phyra informed you she saw them heading that way.
Well, shucks. So how do we want to go about doing this?
Well, we're here. We definitely need to get in.
Yeah.
But all right, who's the stealthiest among us?
Everyone turns and looks at.
Now listen. Just because I stole one of your guys' wallets once does not mean.
Sabanrab starts patting his pockets.
I do the same.
You said once, you didn't specify when. Suddenly your wallets feel lighter.
This is your
apparently.
chance to shine. Go down and see if it's safe for us, yes?
I mean, we send, what, 2 of our number?
I'm going
Check.
to
Check
come up
things out.
behind. I'm going to come up behind Phyra and lay my hands on her shoulders and cast guidance on her. So hopefully, for the first of whatever check she's going to make, she's going to have some guidance on D4.
I mean,
I
yeah.
well,
You've got
I'll
this.
definitely try for you. So, am I rolling stealth?
And
I don't know how.
I'll go with. I can send message. Either it's clear, or if it sounds like a tiefling getting his ass kicked, come running.
And people look out up top over here.
I need everybody to roll me a d20.
Oh,
No bonuses.
just D20. Okay.
Oh boy.
That's going to be an 18.
I rolled a 3.
All right.
So
That's
am I
an
going
11.
down?
11. Sabanrab.
I'm safe at 4, since someone got
4.
a 3.
Levki.
Boy.
What'd you get?
Somehow
You-
that's a 1.
Don't you worry. Don't you worry. This was not a who rolled lowest. It's a who rolled closest to my number.
Nice.
And that's Jurgen.
What?
Yeah.
As Jurgen, 2 things happen immediately at the same time, but you recognize one of them first. Your worm starts to wriggle uncomfortably behind your eye socket as a voice enters your mind. A frightened female voice. Can anybody help? Somebody, please.
Oh,
Do I recognize the voice?
You're the only one, and it's in your head. It's telepathic.
Do I
Your
recognize the
worm
voice?
No, you do not. Your worm wriggles in discomfort, in almost pain, in shock. It's confused. What was that? That was not a mind flayer.
I just kind of like grabbed my head and dropped to one knee.
What is going on?
Jurgen?
You okay?
There's a
Is it
voice in
the
my head.
worm?
Yeah. There's a
Your
voice in my head. It was.
potion, your potion.
No, I
She-
have the amulet. It wasn't a mind flare. Somebody was calling out for help.
Oh, is it magic? Can you talk back?
I'm gonna try and
Don't
like.
know. Maybe.
I'm gonna try and like concentrate on the mind flare and like kind of just order it to try and trace back the telepathic link.
It's not so much a direct line outward broadcast, and it doesn't seem that the receiver is still there.
Did they say where they were?
No, they were just calling out for help. It was a female voice, right?
Yeah. She sounded human. She sounded frightened. She sounded injured.
There's a human woman. She sounds frantic, worried.
Well, since you got the message, maybe she's close by. Because I don't think they can do it too far. I'm not good at magic.
I don't know.
Maybe she's down there. I'm gonna go check though, since I was meant to do that anyway.
And I'm
Right.
going with
I
as
just.
backup.
I need a minute to sit down.
Yeah.
Alright, take your time.
The party rests for a second as Phyra and Levki crawl in. I imagine Phyra ahead of Levki as you crawl through this area.
Yep.
Phyra on top is normal.
Phyra doing. Oh, it's what we used to do before the group got put together, except we're not stealing.
Well, technically, the only difference between stealing and archaeological recovery is approximately 50 years.
As make me stealth checks, both of you.
Okay, I got guidance. I don't know what it does,
Yes.
but
You had a
Guidance,
D4.
it lets you roll. You add you get to roll. You get to roll a d4 and add it to your total.
and then a D4.
15.
25.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because I
So-
rolled the event.
As you are climbing through, you get out into what appears to be like a huge kitchen area. This is a kitchen that could if it was in proper working condition, could have easily like cooked for and fed thousands of people. This is huge, massive stone brick ovens and huge pots and like rows upon rows upon rows of cooking stations that lays empty. The smell of rotten, decayed food lingers in the air. Not too strong. Whatever was yours, so long decayed, it's mostly dust at this point. Nothing but mold on the wall. There's
Yummy.
there is a singular lit torch, however, on the far end of the room near one of the entrances, showing signs that somebody was here recently.
I'm gonna look around and see what I see besides mold and the torch.
Alright.
Roll me a perception. roll me a perception check.
Well, it is clear. So, gonna call the others down.
With an 11, it doesn't look like really much has been moved in here for a long time. It's likely that whoever lit the torch just sort of lit the torch and left, so that there was a sign of light in this room in case they needed to come in here for one reason or another. Most of the dust has been undisturbed.
Okay.
As the rest of you would get the message from Levki that it is all clear at the top of the sewer entrance. As we're going to cut back down to you guys, as you guys get that message.
All right, why don't you go ahead first? Yes.
Do you climb up? Do you
Oops.
respond? Because isn't message two-way or is it one-way?
Let's see.
It's like sending. It's just a shorter distance, but it's like to one particular person.
The target only target hears the message and can reply in a whisper that only you hear.
Okay. So who do you send the all clear signal to?
Probably Sab, because Jurgen already is having weird things go with his head.
Don't want to make him panic more.
Okay.
Just
Okay, they say it's clear. Go ahead.
All right. Unless anyone has unless either Xila or Jurgen say that they're not going up, I'm going to assume that they're both going up at this point.
Yeah, Sabanrab will go in last.
Okay. I'm going to imagine Jurgen heads up. Why are you muted, monkey? Unmute, you dumb.
Sorry,
I was
I
muted.
forgot I was muted.
I'm gonna go in last, along with Sab, and as we go in, that's kind of moment of realization kind of kicks in, and I think like, a message spell, and I'm gonna kind of like take a look around and see if there was there's if I can spot anybody.
Oh, okay.
Roll me a perception check.
Alrighty.
And you know what?
Good.
Would it?
Do you have proficiency with religion or arcana?
No, I have proficiency with neither, unfortunately.
Okay, then
But I
just
do
roll
have a
perception
20 in intelligence, and both of those fall under intelligence.
Trying to convince.
If you succeed on the perception check, I'll give you a second roll.
We'll see. Alright. Sounds fun. That's not that great. It's a 13.
13. Okay, you can roll me a religion. You don't have advantage on this check, though.
Okay. 18. Significantly
18.
better.
So
Sabanrab kind of climbs up just in front of you. You guys are going to be climbing up kind of together. You pause for a second, lingering just a little bit behind him, and scan the crumbled ruins of the city. The city very much so, like if you've ever seen pictures of like what like French cities looked like during World War II after a siege and just completely rubble everywhere. That's kind of what the city looks like.
Right.
Or like pictures of Los Angeles after that really big earthquake.
Yeah.
And you scan, and for a moment you You don't see anything, and you kind of squint, and you see a shimmer. It's a momentary, like kind of a heat like wave off of the ground in a direction. You focus on that, and you see a translucent figure, mostly obscured in shadows. Just a cloak, just over hood, over face, long cloak, almost made of shadow. He almost was the shadow. As the only bearable notice from underneath is out from under the sleeves. He only has 3 fingers, 2 fingers and a thumb, and out from under the hood, these 2 long, like horns or tusks or something, are jutting outward as he just points at you, raises the one finger, and does the not like the no gesture, like wags his finger to the side in an almost very sassy way before like stepping backwards and completely engulfing himself in the shadow of the night.
Hey, now. I'm the shadowy shadow person.
That individual, you can tell, you don't need an insight check. He was not evil. He was just there. He was just watching. He was just waiting. But he's not evil. He does not wish you any ill intent. In fact, he might very well be the very opposite of that.
So he's trying to help us.
He might be. Or he might just be waiting for his opportunity for you to fuck up. You don't know. But there is something. There's that you can tell. That's not where your message that came in your head came from. But that part, that figure, he has likely been here since the moment you stepped foot in the city.
Come on, what are you waiting for? We're going to be spotted.
I'm not sure if we're going the right way. Did I get that was like the general intent? Was he was telling me like I'm doing something wrong?
No.
Wagging?
The general intent you got was almost like a don't you be go telling on me.
Oh, all right. That would have made much more sense with like a shush, you fucker.
It was a very playful finger wag. There wasn't like anger. It was literally very like, you cheeky bugger, you saw me. You're not supposed to do that.
Ah.
Nice.
Oh, well, then in that case, I say, no, I'm coming.
I know this place is unnerving. Believe me, I am very unnerved, but let's go. And he climbs on in.
Sabanrab the Unnerved is your new title.
Now, this is a very traumatic situation for him. It's bringing back a lot of PTSD to him.
Yeah, around every corner, he's expecting to see an angry orc.
No, not even that.
Wow.
But I'll explain later.
Is this bringing back Burning Legion, orc invasion, or like more recent memories?
No, Burning Legion, because every time they've crashed on a planet, they've had to avoid trying to get swarmed, and it's just is lifelong. So he's reliving like an Exodar crash or something like, or Ginadar crash, and you know, Legion swarming in to try to enslave, you know, his people and rob the city of resources. He's doing everything he can to keep it together.
I feel that. As you guys climb up in and you see this kitchen, this huge kitchen. It's almost the size of a football field. Just kitchen, rows of shelves and cooking stations and ovens and cabinets and plates and glasses and silverware and cooking utensils and pots and pans lining the whole place. But it's a thin layer of dust covers everything. Whatever food has been so molded over that it's not even recognize it doesn't even stink anymore. It's just dust. It literally has not been touched in thousands of years. But compared to almost everything else you've seen, this is a very well-preserved place. It is not destroyed. There is not caved-in walls.
Huh. DM.
Yes.
Can I toss up some dancing lights for us? Give us a little more
Sabanrab will
light
do the
to
same
work off with.
as a double up.
By all means, you guys now have 6 dancing lights bouncing around the party. No perception check needed. You guys hear a scream, a female scream from out away from the kitchen, the same direction that Torch is sitting next to. Followed very quickly by the sounds of violence.
Same voice.
Similar. A little hard to tell with a scream.
I guess.
I don't. Did anyone else hear the banshee?
I start hoofing my way in that direction.
I follow suit.
I was
You
afraid of
guys-
that. Falls
you
after
guys-
them.
You guys run down like a hall road with pantries, with the doors having been knocked down, and whatever was in them long since decayed away. Run out into what appears to be a huge entry hall. The grand doors to your left, as this is the main hall with staircases heading up in every direction. This is where people would have come in to work at the guild, who would have been waited. That you know that this place kind of doubled as, I'll say, the real world equivalent here, but like a bus or train station, as these massive I don't remember, Umbra Hulks, or what were they called? Sam, help me out here.
Mm-hmm.
The giant
says a monster, yeah.
Yeah, no, not Umbra Hulk the monster. The big robot elephant buses that they had in Avalir.
Oh,
Yes, those. Thank you. Those would, like, this was the primary, like, basically bus station for those. So people would sit and they'd wait, they'd buy their tickets. This is like Grand Central Station, basically. As you see, jumping a woman, shorter than average. She has platinum white hair, like snow white hair. She's wearing nothing but leather armor, a black cloak to her side. There seems to be some kind of symbol on the cloak, but you can't quite make it out. She has a broadsword, a longsword, as she is some kind of very thin, double-edged blade that glows with a faint hue to it, as a light is right down the middle of the blade, as she is currently in the process of fighting several of these guards. As you guys rush in the direction, Jurgen, you feel a horrible telepathic pain, psychic damage ripped through you, as she screams enough to cause pretty much all of you to drop to your knees, as he just screams, "Get back!" This, I am going to roll here real quick, as 12 psychic damage to Jurgen.
Okay.
11 psychic damage to Sabanrab. 10 psychic damage to Levki. psychic damage to Phyra, and only 3 psychic damage to Xila.
How much damage?
8,
Okay.
as this scream, most of the guards drop their weapons, put their hands up to their helmets. Several men's heads literally just explode as two of the mind flayers descend down from a higher level, as one of them starts bleeding out of its eye sockets, kind of fails its concentration on its levitate spell and drops to the ground. She proceeds to kind of stare at it. And in a moment's flash, she's suddenly behind it and slices its head clean off.
Oh.
And then, however, the second one manages to cast a hold person, and she proceeds to fall unconscious, and it levitates them. As he then notices you all just sort of standing there and coming out from the kitchen entrance, as you all hear in your mind a telepathic link.
I don't. Ring of mind shielding.
Oh, well. As everyone but you hears in the telepathic link, make yourselves useful or leave our domain. I have too much to worry about to clean up a few Tomb Raiders. As they proceed to cause this woman to levitate towards them and start flying up towards a higher balcony doorway on the 3rd floor.
I immediately raise my light crossbow and take a shot at him.
Okay. Make an attack.
That's shit. That was a 10 to hit.
Yeah, Sabanrab would immediately shoot out a guiding bolt.
Make an attack.
24 to hit.
That, I do believe, does hit. Yep, AC 15.
That used...
Damage?
Oh. Guiding bolt, that's only 26 radiant.
That goes down to 13 damage. That goes down to 13 damage due to magic resistance.
Fair.
I'm going
Is
to...
holy magic? I guess it is.
Are we going for stealthy or not stealthy for this?
He knows where we are.
This mind flayer already sees you.
All right, I'm going to cast Call Lightning at 4th level.
Indoors?
We're indoors. Sorry. I thought we were seeing someone get lifted up in the sky.
No, you guys
to the
are
ceiling, to the 3rd level.
You guys are inside a large sort of a Grand Central Station style, the bus depot within the Golden Scythe Guild Hall, and it's easily a 4-story tall large building with an internal clock tower and everything.
Gotcha. In that case, I am just going to cast Guiding Bolt at the one that Sabanrab is not casting Guiding Bolt at.
There is one.
There's one? I could have sworn there were two. My hearing's off today. Fine, I'm also firing at the one.
Okay.
Dang it, now I can't see anything because it's dark. For my attack roll, that is going to be 24.
24 hits.
For 14 radiant damage.
So 7 damage. Okay. Double check. So. All right. So you brought this motherfucker down 20 damage in one round as he turns. And again, everybody's mind but Levki's. How disappointing. Remind me again never to let Chattel have an opportunity to escape. As roll proper initiative at this point.
At that point, I respond back to him in my mind. I'll keep that in mind.
Initiative.
Jurgen. Levki. Tab.
Alright, bitches, it's initiative time.
Phyra.
We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die. Ooh.
Okay, Jurgen, what did you get?
Dirty 20, baby.
Levki, what did you get?
17.
Sabanrab, what did you get?
I got a 6.
Xila, what did you get?
9.
Phyra, what did you get?
43.
Hey.
Sid, what did you get?
Oh boy.
Pardon?
What's your dex?
That checks out.
That's with my dex. I only rolled a 4.
No, I mean,
And
sorry.
Mind Flayer has a +3. 13. All right. So, Phyra, you're up.
Yo, I'm scared. So I'll stab the fucker.
They are flying above you.
Fine, bow and arrow. Crossbow.
I think you can cast. Wait, can you cast Levitate on yourself?
Yeah, I can.
But that's only
Why don't
straight
you
up.
just
You
cast-
can't fly forward to him.
Well, you could jump and cast levitate and use like the kinetic movement.
No, you can. Hold on. Levitate.
Levitate's
Well,
just
I'm
up and
reading
down,
it.
as
So,
far as I know.
Levitate, you can go up and down
target-
20 feet.
The direction. If you are the target, you can move up or down as part of your. Otherwise, okay, yeah. So, what the fuck can mind players move in whatever direction they want?
Because they have a magical version of levitate that's psionic powers, and fuck you, that's why.
Fuck you. That's why. Okay, fair enough.
What I'm gonna do is probably hide to then do the opportunity attack with my short bow.
Features. Let me double check to make sure. Class feature, sneak attack. Once per turn, you can do an extra 46 damage to one creature you hit with an attack with finesse or ranged weapon. If you have advantage on the attack roll, you don't need advantage on the attack roll. If another enemy of the target is within 5 feet of it, the enemy isn't incapacitated, and you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll. So yeah, okay, you can use bonus action to hide, and then roll with sneak attack.
Yeah.
You still
it's been a while
you still
since
have
I
to
used
hit
it.
with the short bow.
Yeah. So 13.
13 14 does not hit.
Penis. Well, I guess I hide here then.
Jurgen, you're up.
All right. I have two options here. Is there loose debris above this guy's head? Anything? Is there any like big like support beam, or maybe not a support beam, but a large like rock or something above his head? And like a hole through a ceiling. Hold on.
High or low?
High. Because we can't get much higher.
He is directly underneath the chandelier.
Telekinetic movement. As an action, I can move a large or smaller object or one willing creature 30 feet. I'm dropping it on him.
Doing 14 damage.
You're grounded, bitch.
Does it drop him?
You say that in character. Yeah. So
You're
you see
grounded, motherfucker.
You just see Jurgen reach up his hand and literally like basically use the force to pull a chandelier off the ceiling as it falls, crashing into the mind flayer, causing the mind flayer to hit the ground with the chandelier on top of him. This also causes his concentration on the spell he was using to hold Sid drops, which means Sid also hits the ground. They didn't fall as far. They were only maybe like 10 feet off the ground, but they hit the ground.
I proceed after that to bonus action activate my psionic right. I take 1d4 damage. So, I take 1 point of damage.
Nice, as you start to get like a Stranger Things nosebleed.
Yep. And I'm going to. We're on like a balcony, right? We're like overlooking the thing.
No, you guys are on the ground floor. You're coming out from the kitchen entrance, but this is okay. So I'm gonna make another map, and I'm just gonna draw. Let me just
cool.
Let me just drag over.
Well, then in that case, if I'm on the ground, I am going to bum rush this guy. And can I get within his range?
Give me 1 second. So I'm just gonna. So this is the general size of the room, right? And you guys, these are the big doors, and then there is like these are the stairs that are heading up, and then there's a second story, and then there's a third story, and you guys just came out of a door that was like over here that head towards the kitchens, and then there's like another door over this way that heads towards like the accounting, and then there's another door over this way, and then on the second story there's more doors, on the third story there's even more doors, etc. And then there's also like a big set of doors over this way that heads towards like the main area where the guild master like organized everything and so forth. So you guys are like in like a main like kind of crossroads between all the different districts and areas and so forth within the guild hall.
Okay. Can I get up close to him enough to be a melee?
Yes. Now, wait, what? You have 30 movement speed, right?
Yes, I do have 30 movement speed.
Yeah.
So can I?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna hit this guy while he's down. I'm gonna action surge. Hit him again. Oh wait, no, I don't need to action surge because I still have my second attack. Or wait, no, I used my action. Yeah, no, because I Never mind. I'm stupid. Alright, action surge, and I'm attacking him twice. Yes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Roll an attack.
Oh, fuck me. That's a natural 1. But I get advantage because he's prone, right?
Yes.
Fuck
But it's
me
funny,
again.
so I'm gonna make you keep the 1.
Yeah, I guess.
It's funny. But you can roll your other attack. I'll have the 1 happen
15.
after the other.
And so one of them hits.
One of them hits. Okay. So
And
roll damage.
yeah, I'm also going to expend because I don't know whether or not they are resistant to psychic. Actually, would I know if they're immune to psychic damage?
You do not know.
All right. Well, then I'm using one of my psionic abilities to deal extra psionic damage to this motherfucker. So that deals me an extra psionic energy die, which at the moment is increases at 5th level to 1d8. So that's a d8. So hold on. Here. Oh, you son of a bitch. So that's 6 damage slashing plus oh, that's pretty good. 4 damage cold and 8 damage psychic.
Total damage?
18, I believe.
Okay. So you managed to hit him with this attack, but before you can make your second attack, you give him too much of an opening, as he will use a reaction to cast Mind Blast, which would, if I'm thinking about this correctly, hit the entire party.
What kind of roll would that be for us?
It is everybody who is hit needs to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh boy.
So I'm just going to go down the list so that nobody talks over each other. Jurgen?
13.
Right. Sabanrab?
4.
Levki?
Intelligence saving throw?
Yes.
Oh boy. 17.
Okay. Phyra? 8. Xila?
19.
19. Okay. So Xila and Levki, you are both safe from this effect. Everybody else takes 22 points of psychic damage.
Jeez.
Okie dokie.
And are stunned for 1 minute.
Okay.
Wait.
On your
Never
turn,
mind.
you can attempt to re-roll the saving throw to shed yourself of the stun, but until you pass the intelligence saving throw, you are stunned upwards
Wait.
to a minute.
Sorry, who failed again?
You, Sabanrab, and
Okay.
Phyra.
Also, I just
And me.
realized I'm not using Psionic Strike correctly.
Dummy. And just like
It's
that,
force damage, not psychic.
the
I have a question.
yes.
If it stuns us, I can't use my reaction, can I?
Your reaction?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
But you wouldn't have been in the cone. So you're fine.
Oh,
You're
no.
not hit by that. You're not hit by
Oh.
that. No.
Okay.
As let me check something real quick, because this dude, in like literally the equivalent of like 10 seconds, dropped from 71 to 19 hit points, and he does not want to fuck with that.
Don't worry. I have
Only
something
one
for you.
action. Okay. So he is going to use his full movement action to stand up.
Isn't he pinned though?
He's not like fully like he was just knocked down. He's not like forced under. It's just a chandelier. It's not that heavy.
Oh,
As he
cringe.
is going to stand up, and he is going to say in Jurgen's mind specifically, "I will see you soon, brother." And then he is going to use plane shift.
Pussy.
Does anyone have a does anybody have a counter spell?
Do I have a counter spell prepared?
Fuck.
I do not.
Okay. Yeah, no, he plane shifts out. He if he doesn't, he's screwed. So he's there's one thing that mind players are, and it's not suicidal.
Let's see. Hold on. I might have.
Completely DM discretion on this because of the way
Wait.
friendship works. Would I be able to trigger Warcaster to do something to him before he leaves as an opportunity attack?
What would it be?
Warcaster's like Sentinel. I think he has to move out of your range. If he does like a disappearing spell, it doesn't count.
Warcaster, I think, is just opportunity attacks, but with magic and teleportation.
Yeah.
Specifically,
Yeah,
not
I think
opportunity attacks.
Good thought, though.
Yeah, no, that's a but yeah, no, he plane shifts away, and I have something scary that I need to ask Sid here a couple times. Make me a death saving throw.
How do I do that on D&D? On D&D?
Just roll a d20, hit the dice in the lower left.
I don't even care if you use your own personal dice. I don't believe anybody here is going to cheat themselves out of a good story by cheating.
How are we dying already?
Ooh. It's a 9.
No.
A 9? All right, make me another one.
Wouldn't I have a chance to save?
Don't worry, guys.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Have a little trust here.
16.
Never.
16. Make me another one.
17.
Okay. So, you're laying there fucking brain hemorrhaging as Jurgen, their influence causes when they leave, it causes the stun to sort of wear off as their influence is gone, as you realize that this lady she's dying. She is badly like her brain might be fucking scrambled eggs right now. She looks like she's having a stroke.
I'm gonna run over and I'm gonna like pop a healing potion, like force a healing potion into your mouth.
Sab and Xila, both of you roll me a religion check.
Am I still stunned?
No, you guys. The stun is gone at this point.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Only a 12.
12. Well, you both pass the DC.
Oh.
As you both see, the room grows darker as Jurgen's ran over. He's performing CPR on this woman. He's popped a fucking healing potion. He's trying to get her to go back to come back. He's yelling at her to wake up, because this is the woman who called out for help. The same voice, same. It's clear she is like him. She has a tadpole. She has psionic abilities. You see a figure loom into the room as the torches, these arcane lights, magical lights, dim to almost barely even being visible. And just as the room turns into a dusk-like, very, very gloomy, dark, almost darkness, but not quite. There's kind of movie theater just before the movie starts kind of darkness. A hooded, robed figure kind of transparently emerges from this darkness, silently floating above and just behind Jurgen and this woman. And you both see as his long, either horns or tusks, you're not sure, jut out from under a cloaked hood. They're just as they just float there like a grim reaper, but without the scythe. As they look in both of your directions, and they raise a finger like a shush motion. And you hear quietly, almost as if carried by the wind, "Don't worry, it's not her time. I'll be keeping an eye on you." And then he fades, almost as if he was never there. There's no reaction from anyone else. As Sid, you wake up, gasping for air, with 5 hit points, at a level of exhaustion.
Oh, shit. Wow, sorry. My brain just broke.
It's probably how she's feeling right now.
She would immediately sit up and realizing that there's someone that close to her. Not even stand up, just fall backwards away from you. Like a frightened child almost. And just curl into herself.
It's alright.
Weeping.
We're friends. It's alright. Don't worry.
Who are you?
My name is Jurgen. We're not with those guys that were going after you. This is my group, my friends.
And with the rescue and introduction of Sydaan next, we can come in next week with you guys setting up this place as a safe location, trying to uncover the secret treasures within the Golden Scythe.
So he's subscribed to our anime channel, and so he's watching to see us on our adventures.
Yeah, exactly. He's a subscriber, and he would like to see how the story can